What's up?
This guy's a fucking ghost. He just walks in off the street, claiming to be a high-powered hitman, Sicario, for the mob. Said a big deal's going down tonight. I tried to crack him, but he refused to talk to anybody but you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Go crack him, Nick.
You married, huh? Lucky man. Didn't think people in our line of work had normal lives.
Quite frankly, we're not in the same line of work. And honestly, I'm not in the mood to play with you. You either have the information you claim you have, or we're done. I'm not in the mood to play. You're gonna answer the questions or we're done, sir. Who are you?
Oh, I go by many names. The one I like the most is Ahmud Aswad.
The Black Death? He's the fucking mob boogeyman.
But I came here to see who you are. Now, tomorrow night, the heads of the world's north meet for a special auction, whereas you can acquire them that money alone cannot buy. And at this auction, the head of the Southern Syndicate will be assassinated.
If you are who you say you are, and you've been hired to do this job, then why the fuck are you bothering me?
Because I'm not gonna kill him. You are.
What the hell are you talking about?
There's a mole in the agency, a trained killer. And she's been activated.
You're such a good listener, Thomas. It makes me feel so special.
You are?
So, goodbye. Done.
4 South Canyon Road. Beautiful home. My drone pics do it no justice, though.
4 South Canyon Road. That's my address. Do you think this is a fucking game?
You said no games? This is all a game. And you know the rules, Agent. You take out the target, or you become the fucking target. You understand me?
Looks like you got some work to do.
I guess so.
Be safe out there.
Always.
Who the fuck is there? Get back in the elevator.
Oh my God. Jesus.
What do you want to get for? Somebody give 300. All right, so I'm going to do that. 200. Don't do that. I got it.
I'm so glad you're my personal shop.
Pick up, Agent Nick. Come on. Come on. Pick up, Nick. Pick up, God damn it. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? Come on, let's move.
He's here.
Yeah. Nikki! Nikki! Nikki, what happened? I thought you were hurt.
I'm fine. Everything went according to plan.
What do you mean according to plan?
What's up, Flint?
Don't you fucking move. Nikki. Nikki, what the hell is going on here? Oh no, Nikki. Everything the informant said about you is true.
Detective Flint, what's the fucking procedure when you have a fucking gun to your head? Detective Flint, do we have a problem? Just busting. Quick!
Damn. Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. I was having some technical issues right here. I don't know what was going on. I'm not sure if y'all can hear me. I hope that y'all can hear me. Let me see 1 second. I can check that out real quick. I was having some technical issues. All right, so y'all can hear me. I had to go grab my mic because this John took me offline. But anyways, hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. I hope all of y'all continue to have a blessed and humble day. Well, actually, morning, night for most of y'all. I do apologize. I was supposed to do this live yesterday, but I had both my kids sick, and I got sick in the process. But hey, listen, man, I had a nice little intro for this. Like, I'm about to start it over again. Like, I do apologize, but let's see. Hopefully we could see the screen. I mean, hear the screen. I don't know if y'all can hear me though. For real. I hope y'all can. So in the meanwhile, hopefully somebody can tell me they can hear me. But if not, hey, we'll find out after this song. I'm gonna just get it started.
This guy's a fucking ghost. He just walks in off the street, claiming to be a high-powered hitman, Sicario, for the mob. Said big deal's going down tonight. Safe out there.
Always.
Hold on 1 second. Gotta make sure everything is set.
Who the fuck is there? Get back in the elevator.
Oh my God. Jesus.
What do you want to give for it? Somebody give 300. All right, so I'm going to put down 300. I'm going to down 200. Don't do that. I got
Pick up, Agent Nick. Come on. Come on. Pick up, Nick. Pick up, god damn it. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? Come on, let's move.
He's here.
Yeah. Nikki! Nikki! Nikki, what happened? I thought you were hurt.
I'm fine. Everything went according to plan.
What do you mean according to plan?
What's up, Flint?
Don't you fucking move. Nikki. Nikki, what the hell is going on here? Oh no, Nikki. Everything the informant said about you was true.
Detective Flint, what's the fucking procedure when you have a fucking gun to your head? Detective Flint, do we have a problem? Bitches busting.
All right, hey, what up, everybody? My bad for that. I do ask for apologies. I had to make sure everything was running straight this time. Shit, I wasn't planning on being 30 minutes into trying to fix all this tech on here, but I got it done. Like I said, I was supposed to do this live yesterday, but hey, here I am today. I do apologize. This is why I tell people, listen, make sure y'all subbed up because I do not schedule lives. I have a lot of stuff that happens on a daily, but let's get on topic, right? just a couple days ago, I was reacting to Hassan Campbell's interview with Vlad TV, and I was, and more. So when I did the live and I was reacting to the interview was divided, split into parts, but now it's not. Now we can actually watch the whole interview, and the shorty got some time tonight. So Vlad TV finally has the complete interview. Let me see, make sure y'all can see the screen with me. All right, y'all can see it. Let me see. I'm hoping that y'all can hear me because I had to go grip this mic. So Vlad TV. All right, there we go. Damn, taking care of the kids got me sick. All right. So when I was reacting to Hassan Campbell's interview the last time, we reacted to him, playing hot potato. Well, him not playing hot potato. Actually, his shooter's playing hot potato with a gun, trying to figure out which one, like if the gun lands on this one or in this one's hand, this is gonna be the person that shoots. He talked a little bit about his abuse with Africa Bambaataa. Shout out to Miss 504 for bringing his interview. Because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known that Vlad TV did an interview. I don't watch Hassan Campbell. It's been a while, so shout out to her. I got to see the first part of the interview on her panel. So shout out to Miss 504, Mount for the South. I think now she goes by Nola Girl 504, something like that. Shout out to her. But a lot of y'all know my opinion when it comes to Hassan Campbell. I feel like, listen, man, my prayers go out to his family, not to him. Because at the end of the day, listen, I feel as though this man needs to go get some type of serious help. Mental health does exist. I'm not sure what he suffers from or what he's going through. I'm not going to bash the man down. Never did, never will. Not going to. My panel, once again, like I said before, it is not for beefing. It's not for starting drama. It is not for any of that. It's for us to bring solutions to the table. I do react to videos. I talk about things that are going around in our community. And this person right here is somebody that is supposed to be, how can I say it, the face of the youth, for the kids that have been molested. How are you an advocate for the kids? How can you speak up for the youth when you are doing these things here on social media? When in your eyes, it is okay for them to react like this. And can't nobody change my opinion. This man has done so much on social media that to me, he shouldn't be on it. I'm not going to sit here and bash a man because I feel as though he shouldn't be on it. I also feel as though that this man should have been gotten some type of help. Mental health. He should be seeing a therapist, not coming on social media saying that he's an activist, that he's this, and is doing the worst things on social. Like, the young men should not be following this man. Like, for those women out here that cuddle him, that because I'm not cuddling him. I just choose not to bring him down. I prefer to say something positive. He takes it. He don't. I know he's not, because I've made videos on Hassan Campbell in the past. Because of those videos, along with other videos, not just his videos, my main page is at risk. Music and stuff like that. But yeah, I want to thank everybody that's showing us shorty support, and let's get on to this. Like, let's react to this today, guys. We're gonna also have is a random panel. Y'all more than welcome to come up, give y'all perspective, give y'all opinion, speak up. Listen, man, speak up. Y'all got the opportunity to come up here and say what y'all got to say, whether it's about Hassan Campbell or anything that has to do, anything that has to do with our daily life. Anything that has to do, with things that go around your community, things that are happening in your community, things that you think that you want to talk about and bring solutions to the table. Y'all are more than welcome to do that. But let's get started. So in order for y'all to understand this live, y'all would have to go back and watch part 1. I do have to edit this live in the beginning because I had technical issues. So I want to thank everybody that is having patience with me. And I would love to hear y'all comments. I would love to hear what y'all got to say when it comes to Hassan Campbell or anything else that we're going to talk about in today's live. So let's get started, y'all.
12 and 13 years old picking up a gun and ended up in jail for 25 years out of his life. You have to ask, what caused so much anger that he wanted to take somebody's life? Where's this coming from?
Okay, so let's talk about the root of what happened here. And let's start at the very beginning. So you grew up in these same projects that this incident happened, right?
Right.
Your background is it Mexican?
No, African American, if that's what they want to
Okay.
call us.
For some reason, Mexican showed up in my notes.
God.
You know how New York is. I mean, well, not usually Mexican, but usually a lot of dudes are mixed with Dominican or Puerto Rican.
All right, I gotta make sure that I hear. I'm not sure if y'all can hear my voice, so I'm hoping that y'all can hear me. All right, so I had to check for myself that y'all can hear me. I do apologize. There we go.
So
Let's
forth.
keep. Let's keep
You know,
it.
and your name is, your nickname is Poppy. So I figured there was some Spanish descent somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. And growing up, your dad wasn't around, right?
Oh, he would pop up here and there. He was a dope fiend.
Okay. And your mom had troubles as well.
Yo, I just want to put out there for those of y'all that don't know, he changes the story about his father so much that it's hard to tell. Like, his father's there, his father's not, his father's an addict, his father's abusive, his father was a good guy, his father was great. Listen, man, he got so many stories. It's like Africa Bambaataa is great, right? But this is the man that allegedly molested you. But he's great.
Well,
my mother wasn't on drugs. She was like dealing with a lot of sickness.
Okay. And you had 5 brothers and sisters?
6 of us all together from my mother.
Okay. And you described your upbringing as dysfunctional.
Very.
Explain.
I mean, I grew up like I don't even know where to start. Being that my mother grew up in a dysfunctional home where her sisters was living with a child predator. Her and her sisters had to go through the same thing I went through. It just trickled down. You know, I don't know if that's the family curse, but her stepfather was an African Bambaataa. You know, he was the same type of person. So, you know, me growing up, I went through similar situations since I could go back to like the age of 5, going through multiple different people molesting me before Africa Bambaataa. So before,
Okay, so how old were you when you first got molested?
Probably about 4 or 5 years old, young.
By who?
Yeah, it started off with a female that my mother had babysitting me.
Okay. You're 5 years old, man. That's a baby.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I was
even
Do this every morning to clear stuck mucus from lungs and
you don't even know how to read at 5 years old.
I was molested by multiple people. It was a stair, you know, it was just stair steps, and then Africa Bambaataa. He wasn't the first one. He was just the oldest one and the one with the most influence over the community. He was a pillar.
Okay, so leading up to Bambaataa, was it, you mentioned it was a female. Was it females and males or just females before that?
Females and one male.
Okay.
But see, the thing about it is with the male that I went through the experience with, he was still a child himself.
Okay. How old was he?
About maybe 4 or 5 years older than me.
And you were how
old? About 6.
Okay.
If Hassan Campbell's story is true, I can't vouch for him because, one, he never wanted to report it. 2, he says he never wanted to see Africa Bambaataa arrested or take him to court, but yet he wants justice, and I'm trying to figure this one out. But he just wanted an apology, got an apology from the man. Like, for somebody that was a victim and allegedly became a survivor, this is not the way you behave on social media. Like, if you want to help the youth, there's so many ways to go about it. Let's just keep watching this interview, and then I'll hit on that little note in a little bit, because that's going to go off topic of what he's talking about. But that constantly.
All right. So you're going through all this, and then you meet Africa Bambaataa, who's the founder of the Zulu Nation, around age 13?
12.
12.
Actually, I didn't meet him at 12 years old. I knew the man my whole life.
Okay. Well, you would come by and
Yeah, we grew up in the same neighborhood. So I would see him every single day of my life.
So
And that's what made me ask on the other live. Like, he raised you. What made him go from seeing you like a father figure, like if you were his son, to seeing you as a lover? And I know, that it could happen, but the way you talk about him, you praise him so much. It kind of like you're speaking on somebody else's story and not yours. It could be a true story, but is it yours? And I'm just asking because Hassan Campbell doesn't behave like a victim or a survivor. And I'm not sure what he's doing is for well, yeah, I am sure. I'm sure, Rachel, not no more. He's doing this all for attention, in my opinion. Why is the question? That's the question. Why? Why all this attention? Because if you really wanted justice, you would have been put this man away. You would have gotten justice for all the kids that he did something to. And not just that. How about the kids that you molested? Where's the justice in that?
Planet Rock came out in 1982. And that was his biggest song. And that became, kind of a staple in hip hop. I mean, it's gotten sampled hundreds of times and so forth. So by 89, he was already a hip hop superstar. He had already toured around the world and so forth. I would assume he wouldn't be living in the same place he grew up in.
That's where you would assume wrong, because you have to understand something. He's never left the hood, ever. He may have had like, for example, he had a house in Connecticut, but he's always kept himself like around the village where he was able to deal with all the children. Like literally, you got the community center right there in the middle of Bronx River. And then you have the building that he was from, whether it was 9-5 or 1609, because it was the both of them. And then, back when I was going to high school, and Harry S. Truman, he also had an apartment over in Mark Terrace. So he kept himself close where he was able to have kids come to his house. He's never left the hood.
Okay. And the Zulu Nation, I mean, that was a very...
I mean, Hassan Campbell, for him to be the godfather of hip hop and for him to have projects everywhere, right? Like, he must have to leave the hood at some point. I understand that he's got projects in the Bronx and all that stuff, but he's not bound to the Bronx. And I understand where you're coming from. It's just that you made this story so hard to believe with all the shout out stuff that you've done on social media.
Powerful entity in hip hop. Apart from Africa Bambaataa, of course, I mean, Fat Joe, I think, is Zulu Nation.
Queen Latifah.
Queen Latifah.
Q-Tip.
Run DMC.
Everybody.
Public Enemy. I remember Night of the Living Bassheads when Chuck D was like, here it is, bam. And then there's Africa Bambaataa in the music video.
Yeah.
And me being a hip hop head, I bought Planet Rock on 12-inch. I remember the importance of
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know about that, but I do know about Ice Cube and all of them. But I don't know what he's talking about. That Planet Rock. I don't know.
Africa Bambaataa. I've even interviewed him a couple of times. And I remember, I think it was our second interview when, I was doing a lot of interviews with Lord Jamar at the time, and he was talking about how, from his point of view, homosexuality has no place in hip hop and so forth. And I brought that up to Bambaataa. This was before the accusations. And he had a very sort of uncomfortable answer. He kind of dodged the question.
I saw that. That's
You
what
saw
he,
that, right?
yeah, that's what he said, that little crazy nonsense out of his mouth. And I just laughed to myself, like, cause I knew what he meant. I knew what his mind was at. Yeah. He just, for some reason, Ben he will never come out of the closet because, first of all, he's part of the Moorish community. So I don't see him ever coming out the closet admitting to who he is.
Well, you got all type of people out there with all type of things, whether they be gay, straight, or whatever's out there, and they do their different style or whatever they doing on the planet. So you don't know what styles of hip hop or what people are doing. Whatever they do behind a closed door, that's to each and all of them. So I couldn't say what that's the same, like that ain't got nothing to do with Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. Ain't got nothing to do with whatever politician or whatever's happening out there. So we cannot say who's what and who's what.
Okay, I mean, as one of the founders of hip hop, do you see it like an outwardly gay rapper?
Yo, no offense. This man is huge. I see why Hassan Campbell is scared as shit of him. Yo, put some dreadlocks on him, put a toto in his face and place in his mouth, and you got a predator. No offense, no disrespect. But he look like he is a fucking giant. Like he's 8 feet probably.
Coming out and being accepted by the hip hop community?
I couldn't even say. You have to look online to all that to see who's a gay rapper, who said that they a gay rapper and out there rapping whatever they rapping to.
So basically, Africa Bambaataa said to each his own. He doesn't care. Maybe, I don't know. He didn't disagree. He didn't agree.
Right. Like I said, at the time, there was no accusation. So this was just a random question to a hip hop guy that I was interviewing. Like there was I didn't have any, background info or anything else like that. But I do remember his answer was a little bit odd. Okay. So you've always seen Bambaataa around, but then was it around 12, 13 where you actually got sort of involved in Zulu Nation, started spending more time with them?
Yeah.
Okay. And what really led you to doing that?
Well, see, growing up in Bronx River and being a part of the Zulu Nation, you had a lot of warriors that was part of the Zulu Nation. It was guys that you really, really looked up to and you wanted to be a part of them. It's almost sort of like the gang culture that's going on right now. But the difference was you had some killers in the Zulu Nation. You had some break dancers in the Zulu Nation. You had some rappers. Every once in a while you would see LL Cool J. You would see Ice-T. You would see everybody. So it's like now you got it's like right now going around Lil Wayne and Young Thug and all these younger ones right now.
So basically, you was following a trend, just like some of the youth right now. Instead of advising the youth, like, hey, listen, man, I was somebody that was just like y'all. Like I was sitting here, I was following the code. I was sitting here, following all these rappers. I looked up to them. I wanted to be like them. And what happened? Like you got mad at Bambaataa. That did the story really happen to you? Did it happen to somebody else? Like what's crazy is you making this story seem like it's some type of vengeance you're looking for, and not justice. Is it vengeance like, a lot of bloggers are saying vengeance towards an ex-lover? Or is it really vengeance like, damn, hopefully, is it vengeance like, fuck, it's hard to say it. Like, he really did do this to you and you're looking for some type of payback. But nah, because payback would be justice. See, This man in a jail cell paying for all the crimes he did, especially the injustice that he did to you.
The kids is gonna go crazy. So now when you seeing, because it wasn't just so much about Africa Bambaataa, it was about the family. Everybody in Bronx River was part of the Zulu Nation. Our parents grew up in the Zulu Nation, and it was the older generations. And now you get to see the warriors, and you just wanted to be a part of that. Like, for example, you don't really hear his name too much. B.O. was a big inspiration in my life that made me want to be a part of the Zulu Nation, and my big brother Jerry. These were dudes in that time that were strong, real strong brothers.
Okay, so you started hanging out with Africa Bambaataa. You're 13 or so at the time, and you said he was like a father to you,
right?
And you didn't have your father around; he was in and out on drugs,
right?
Okay. So, at what point did it turn into just an innocent relationship to something going wrong?
Yeah, where do I start with that? Is him being in the house, coming with the tapes, the racheal, the Vaseline, the porn, and it's like, oh, okay, this is getting weird. Like, I give you an example. What one day when me and Eric was there, and we in the office / workout room, the room next to the bathroom, 1609. So we in that room, and it's a weight bench in there, and me and Eric, we working out. We on the bench pressing. Bam comes in the room. He got the Polaroid camera. And now he's convincing us, oh, look at those muscles. So now he gassing us up to take our shirt off so we could flex our muscles. And when he walked out of the room and he started doing the clicking, he clicking with the camera. Me and Eric, we looks at each other, and he was like, yo, you seen that episode of Different Strokes when Arnold and Dudley? And it was the same situation with them, so that takes you back to one of our experiences with Bam. This is what he do.
Okay. At what point did he actually start to molest you, though, after showing you tapes and so forth?
Absolutely.
At that point, he started to actually...
He follows you in the bathroom. Now, when you go in the bathroom, he got to go in the bathroom with you, and he's peeing at the same time. It's like he's incredible. Now he's timing you going to the bathroom and pissing at the same time when he's pissing. Then he comes with the young men is supposed to jerk off, and then he leaves his room door open with porn playing, and he might walk out and then just have you sitting there. And then he leaves you with the porn playing. Then he turns around, and this is what how you really like. He's bugged out, and you realize how sick he really is, especially when you think back. Now he has books.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers big. Are you still using Prime? Because at this point, it's the dinosaur moment.
And in those black books.
So at this point, Hassan Campbell, you're trying to tell us that 12, 13 years old, you couldn't tell when something in your surrounding wasn't right to leave. Like, after what you've been through, all the stuff that you've been through, you're telling me that you didn't see the signs to just walk away. Like, you stood there. See, that's my thing. I'm not the only one saying that. I'm listen, I'm not just speaking to speak, all right? And everybody deals with their demons in their own hell, their own way. I mean, everybody deals with their demons in their own hell, in their own way. I mean, in the same hell, in their own way. My bad. Like, your stories just don't add up at all. Like, and then you change up on every interview. Like this interview that you just did with Vlad, you completely changed up So many of the things that you said on previous interviews and on interviews before that, you've switched up on each and every, like, it's so many different stories to it. Like, which one is it? He was a bad man. He was a good man. Like, you can't even decide if he was good or bad. You praise him at the same time. You put him on a pedestal. But my thing is, going back to it, like at 12, 13, you, with your past experiences, something inside of you should have told you, like, yo, this is not right, and you left. Then a man giving you porn and giving you lubes and all this Vaseline for y'all to, like, that should have been a sign. Like, went to your mom's, went to somebody, gotten some type of help at 12, 13 years old. And I know it's not easy for a lot of young men to speak up, but with your past history, I feel as though, like, yo, did it happen? Because a kid with the trauma that you say that you had would have ran, would have did something, but you just stood there. And you're saying it's not out of fear. So, like,
People you never think that you would ever even expect is in those books, butt ass naked. And when you look at those books, you actually looking at.
That's another sign. But you stood there. Why? Why is the question? Why did you stay there?
Stair steps of the older generation before you in those books, and him catching all these guys at a young age.
Okay, are these people that we know about these days?
Well, some of them probably. And I know in the past I done threw names out, and I said I'm gonna try my best not to really call people out. But in the streets, woo-wee. Like, yeah. I mean, the reality of it is, it's like this in Bronx River.
You're gonna try your best not to call people out, but in the past you've done it like with no problem. You've even had beef with the names that you have shouted out. You're not saying it now because is it true? Did you mess up when you shouted them names out?
And a lot of people don't want to admit it. One day, there was a fight, and I said this in my video that Star had put up. One day there was a fight going on. I believe it was a Roy Jones fight, and there was like 50 dudes inside the apartment watching the fight. So when I come in, I'm the last one to come into the fight. So somebody said to me, they was like, all right, Bam done tried everybody in this room. What'd he do to you?
That don't seem odd to nobody. He said Bam tried over 50 dudes in the room. What he do to you? What would y'all listen, man? He's not giving me victim, survivor. Like, hold on 1 second, I'm coming. I feel like he's speaking on somebody else's story if the story is true.
And the whole room bust out laughing. I started laughing with him, but later on I was like deep in thought, like, this nigga got me. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of the people that, in Bronx River, if it's 10 people in the room, Bam got 7 of them.
I mean, look, if you're gay, especially if you're a celebrity, you could find a boyfriend or you could find a man that's willing to do things with you. I mean, being a celebrity puts you in a different kind of place when it comes to relationships. Why do you think that he was focusing on young kids as opposed to just finding someone who's 18 or older?
Because that's the whole key to it. It's like I tell people.
Did he just ask them if you're gay? Hold on 1 second.
Admit it. One day there was a fight, and I said this in my video that Star had put up. One day there was a fight going on.
My bad. I'm just trying to see, like, did he just say if you're gay? Like, I don't know if he was asking him if he's gay or what, but hold on, let's see.
I believe it was a Roy Jones fight, and there was like 50 dudes inside the apartment watching the fight. So when I come in, I'm the last one to come into the fight. So somebody said to me, they was like, all right, Bam done tried everybody in this room. What'd he do to you? Then the whole
Yo, I can't help it. That is like one of the quirkiest. No, yo, one of the weirdest things for all males to say in one room. Like, can I ask y'all, men? Like, let me ask the real men. Any real men out here? Y'all in a room full of just men, and a man comes out of the room, right? One of y'all come out the room, right? Another room or into the room, whatever. However, he just said that, John, right? And they asked you, Bam. I mean, they told you Bam had tried, said something, told you, and asked you. Let's put it like that. Bam had tried everybody in the room. What he do to you? I mean, I'm just kind of curious. What would y'all say back? How would y'all react as a man, as real men? Like, would y'all act the way Hassan Campbell did? Like, that is the weirdest thing. Like,
whole room bust out laughing. I start laughing with him, but later on, I was like deep in thought, like, this nigga got me. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of the people that, in Bronx River.
The truth of the matter is, you had all the signs there. And I'm not coming at you or nothing, but at 12, 13, right? And I've been to therapy and stuff like that, right? I already knew the signs. And it's crazy because after my abuser, I knew to stay away from a lot of those that came after. And I'm not saying I got abused after time. No, what I'm trying to say is the signs were there. I didn't see red flags and thought I was in Six Flags. Like, they were there. And in therapy, I learned that I wasn't the only kid like that. At first, I thought that I was weird, that I was crazy. But no, a lot of kids around that age can tell when something's off, when something's not right. So once again, with all the red flags that were there, Hassan Campbell, the way you're saying the story, you're kind of making it seem like y'all all wanted to be like in a sausage party. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But you put yourself in a predicament or in the way of somebody asking, are you gay? Do you like men? Because of the way you say stuff. But let's keep listening. And this is my opinion, guys. My opinion.
If it's 10 people in the room, Bam got 7 of them.
I mean, look, if you're gay, especially if you're a celebrity, you could find a boyfriend or you could find a man that's willing to do things with you. I mean, being a celebrity puts you in a different kind of place when it comes to relationships. Why do you think that he was focusing on young kids as opposed to just finding someone who's 18 or
Okay. So he was asking about Africa Bambaataa, if he was gay. Like, why would he? What's crazy though? I'm not gonna sit here and lie. There are a lot of men that are predators, right? And their preference for some reason are young boys. Once these young boys hit a certain age, they lose interest in them and they'll go, back to the ones that were even younger. It's like once these young boys hit a certain maturity, they lose interest in them. And that's my thing. Like, you was already 13 years old. And probably around that age is when he starts losing interest if he's the type of man that you're talking about. So, like, y'all could do your research. Don't just go by what I'm saying. There's actual proof out there of what I'm saying.
Older. Because that's the whole key to it. It's like I tell people all the time, when that man go to sleep at nighttime, he doesn't have a boyfriend that he's going to sleep with. It's always a child. And I'm not going to say that he's not into, grown men, but the reality of it is his history, his timeline, it's always been little boys. He's always kept little boys around him, sort of like Michael Jackson. it's always little boys around.
Okay, well, outside of you, there's been other people that came forward. A guy named Lord Sharif said,
Yo, he just really compared the dude to Michael Jackson, though. Yo, this nigga, shout out.
that he personally witnessed inappropriate behavior between Bambaataa and young teenage boys. He also said that, other members of the Universal Zulu Nation were fully aware of this. And then there was a guy named B Stinger who came forward and talked about it. And I remember at the time that this was all happening, Bambaata's initial response was B Stinger the first one to really talk about this, or was it
I was the first one. I came out on Facebook. After I came out on Facebook, Muhammad Stanley Bell reached out to me. He's pretty much control of the Zulu Nation security. He has the Zulu Warriors security company, which I used to be a part of. He reached out to me. They just started the company, and he was like, "This is looking bad. It's hurting the company." So after a few hours of that going viral, I took the video down. But you know how the internet goes. Somebody's always going to grab it. Somebody grabbed the video. And 6 months later, I wakes up, I get a phone call from a brother, very strong brother. He was like, "Yo, they talking about killing you." I said, "What is you talking about?" He said, "Look at the newspaper." I looks at the newspaper. It's B Stinger all over the newspaper.
Yeah. And I remember at that.
And it's not the first time. I don't know. Is he talking about the guy in the train? If he's not, listen, that wouldn't be the first time then that, somebody tried to go for Hassan Campbell. And that's why I said on my last live that his behavior is not appropriate for the youth. Like, you cannot sit here and call yourself an advocate for the youth, the face of the youth that, the kids that get molested. You can't sit here and say you're helping them and turn around and display this type of behavior on social media. Like, I don't know what type of time you're in, but as far as I'm concerned, an advocate doesn't do what you do.
That time, like I said, I was doing interviews with Lord Jamar, and Bambaata's response was, "I don't know who this B Stinger guy is. I've never met him before. I don't know who he is." And Jamar was like, well, that's not true.
Okay, so see, it's somebody else to try to see. So many people, yo, it's crazy. He looked for it. I cannot feel bad for the man because throughout the years, so many people have prayed for Hassan. He's gotten in so much trouble from threatening people online to doing this, to doing that, to having cops in front of his house and much more. I pray for his family, for his kids, for his wife. If that's his real right wife, I'm not sure, because some people have girlfriends and they say they're wifey. So I'm not even sure about that much. But I do pray for them because his behavior on social media shows that he doesn't care about his family. Yeah, shit, I think he doesn't even care about him. I believe he does have a death wish. He doesn't want to be here. But why not be alone then? Why not get away from your family? Detach yourself from them if you don't care about living. Because if he cared about them, he wouldn't be doing this shit on social media. It's crazy that it took, I don't know if it was a real shooting. I don't know if it was a fake shooting. This could have been scripted. People, listen, man, the wounds, people get fake wounds too. Bullet wounds. I'm not sure what the hell happened, if it was real or not, the way everything happened. And if it was real, they should have sat his ass down and taught him a lesson, and he should have been thinking about his family and taking a different direction. But no, he want to still do the same shit. So at the end of the day, hey, listen, to each his own. He has a death wish. You cannot help somebody that doesn't want to be helped.
Because I've personally seen B Stinger and Africa Bambaataa together many times. He was in the studio together, et cetera, et cetera. So from Jamar's point of view, he was like, okay, I'm not believing Bambaata's stories at this point. And, I believe the victims. And at this point, how many people have come forward and said that they've been molested by Bambaata? I mean, besides you and B Stinger?
About 7 of them. Okay. He's actually currently running from the courts right now. There's a John Doe who because everybody think that I'm the John Doe. I'm not the John Doe. There's a John Doe that's actually coming out on him right now, and Bam hasn't been showing up in court. He's missed every court date.
Is this criminal or is this civil?
I believe both.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but it's definitely civil.
I mean, honestly, I haven't, ever since these things have come out, I've never seen Bambaataa really just period. I mean, he made a couple of statements in the beginning denying it, and then that was it. I haven't seen any interviews. I haven't seen him do shows.
Listen, yo, he not lying. Has anybody heard interviews of Africa Bambaataa? Like, I thought it was only Hassan Campbell and the other guy, and a lot of rumors, of some people coming up, but there's no proof of it. It's just crazy.
I haven't seen him on tour, nothing.
Well, I mean, you notice that when he was speaking, he would avoid my name. He wouldn't even mention me. See, with Ron Savage, right? Ron Savage.
Anyway, just to note, Ron Savage is Bee Stinger.
Yes, Bee Stinger. Ron Savage was a money grab. Even though I believe everything that Ron Savage said, he used it as an opportunity to pull a Cassie.
Did he say something totally different? I have to find that interview where he said the complete opposite of what he just said here. Hold on. That's crazy.
And he's not going to admit that, because now, if there's videos up there, I wish I could have sent it to you, where Ron Savage actually he recanted his story and said now it's a misunderstanding. Bam didn't know how old he was. So after marching on Brooklyn Bridge and going to Albany and being a,
he would have been showed that video when it surfaced. Hassan Campbell, shit, he would have showed that, John. He would have milked the shit out that whole video.
part of the Child Victims Act. After all of that, he recants his story. Now, a lot of people ask, when I initially came out on Bam, I said that I'm never going to court. But after a while, the people was like, you got to take him to court. So what happened was Layla Wills helped me to get an attorney. Not anybody else. Layla Wills helped me to get an attorney. Turns around that the attorney that I had was the same attorney that Ron Savage had. So whatever when Ron started going back on his statements, they must have just looked at the whole situation and said, I'm not even wasting my time. And the lawyer told me, he was like, we can't find Africa Bambaataa. And if we go to court and we can't find him, the case is not going to go anywhere because we can't get in contact with him to subpoena him. And it was like, another lawyer is going to take this case, but they're not going to be able to get anywhere.
And with all that money you had, you couldn't pay a private investigator? I would have, listen, man, if I had money, I would have, paid a whole private investigator, find him, try him.
That's what the lawyer told me. So after they shut the case down, I was like, okay, you know what? It ain't meant to be, because the reality of it is, only thing I wanted for him to do was to admit to what he did, which in all actuality, he did admit to what he did to me in front of a room of people.
I mean, at the time.
And that's my thing. He always said that he admitted that in front of a room full of people, but nobody's backing him up on this story except for that Ron Stinger guy.
Time that this was happening, I mean, you'd been molested before, like you said. At this time that this was happening, did you feel like you were gay or straight or bisexual or what?
I felt like I was violated. And I'm glad you asked that question. I see on social media
he just say, I'm glad you asked that question. I'm glad you asked that question. Hold the fuck up. Let's go back real quick.
Molested before, like you said. At this time that this was happening, Did you feel like you were gay or straight or bisexual or what?
I felt like I was violated. And I'm glad you asked that question. I see on social media a lot of people compare themselves to me as if I'm weak because of what I went through. So my question to all the straight men, because for a gay young man, he may be able to get over that. That's his preference. But when you have to wear the title of homosexuality and you're a straight man, how do you get over the wicked thoughts of a grown man violating you the way he violated me? I wish the people who sit up there, and brag about how they done went through the worst of the worst in life, put yourself in my shoes. I ask you, if Bambaataa put his pickle anywhere on your body, can you live with it? How do you adapt to that? How do you get over that? How do you not sit there and have a drink?
I know that it's hard for a lot of young men, and I would love to have had somebody, there's a man here that, I don't know, probably, listen, I know it's hard for men to speak on this situation, because when a lot of men do speak up on a situation like this, that, either they've been molested, they've been raped, or whichever way you want to put it, and yes, men can get violated, men can get molested, men can get raped, little boys, the same thing, and probably worse. So it's crazy because I know it's not something easy. I know some boys that have turned into young men and they have, been through a situation like this. And it's not the easiest thing for them. Some have, stood straight. Some have sat on the curve and decided to, wait for the rainbow. I can't, say certain words. I try not to. Listen, I learned from my main page. I'm not trying to get this page striked. So that one, listen, I got to find the ways to say certain things here. But my thing is, like, Hassan Campbell does seem to be, how can I say it, obsessed or stuff like that with just Africa, Bambaataa, or, talking about sticking pipe into little boys and stuff like that. It's kind of like, and then him saying that he also, when he was a young man, that he also, did the same thing that was done to him to others. It kind of like, like, are you still doing the same thing? Did you stop? Because you haven't gotten no therapy. And to a lot of people that are predators, even with the therapy, it's kind of hard for them. That's why I was like, therapy, like even getting, how can I say it, chopping it off down there, right? I don't think it's going to stop a predator from committing that type of act when it's just, I guess, something that's in them. But that is a good question that Vlad TV asked him. It's crazy how he went around it. It's crazy how he went around it.
And then fall deep into those thoughts and not crash out.
Therapy would probably help.
But if you could find a therapist that could actually erase those nasty thoughts.
See, no therapist in the world is going to take the thoughts away. Here's the thing, right? When you are a victim, right, you have to find a way how to become a survivor. You have to find a way to survive. So you have to find a way to overcome those situations, those obstacles that come your way, them triggers. I'm saying it because I was a victim at one point, and I am a survivor. And it's crazy because it took years of therapy for me to get me together, for me to get me back on my feet. I used to lash out. I used to act crazy, right? But never, ever have I sat here and, how can I say, acted a fool the way he has. Listen, I had death wishes when I was young. It took years of therapy, because I was suicidal. I thought the whole world was really against me. And trust me, at times, I feel like the world is against me. But it's depression. That's depression. We have to fight it. That is something that you call #mental health. And that's why I say, if his story is true, if he really did go through all this, Maybe it's a little late for him to get therapy, which I don't think, but maybe getting off of social media might help too. Whichever way, he needs to do both. Get therapy, seek therapy, and get off of social media. Because what you went through is very traumatic. And by yourself, it's not something easy to go through. And you never, ever accepted help. And you're almost 50 years old. That's the crazy part. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Please.
Now, listen, I've never gone through anything like that.
One thing I can say is that I do know that a lot of people that have victims, that were victims, in their mind, in their mind, they still believe that they're a victim. That's how they talk still to this day. They refuse to get help. They say that it won't do nothing and it doesn't help. They'll prefer to turn to the drugs. They'll prefer to turn to the alcohol. They'll prefer to turn to suicide. But I want a lot of y'all to know that you can get help. By getting therapy, you can overcome a lot of these situations, a lot of these traumas. It's crazy, but it's true.
I was lucky. You know, I was never molested as a child. I was never around people that molested me. You know, my parents, were ultimately good parents. I know people this has happened to, but I feel lucky that I.
That's a fact. He is lucky. Vlad TV is lucky, and he should be blessed because he didn't grow up in an atmosphere where anybody around him that he loved got molested, or anybody, or him himself, or anybody that he cares about. He grew up in an atmosphere where his parents loved him. A family is what you call a family.
To have an actual childhood without having to deal with this type of thing, and I'm very sorry. And like I said, there was so many accusations, and at this point, so many lies coming from Bambaataa saying he doesn't know this bee stinger guy and so forth. That I'm confident in what you guys are saying is true. And as an African Bambaataa fan, I mean, this guy is known as the godfather of hip hop. Kool Herc was the inventor of hip hop, but Bambaataa was the godfather. And it's, as someone that's listened to his music, that's interviewed him multiple times. In fact, now that I think about it, when I was a DJ and I was on tour, I was in Belgium, he just happened to be there. And we all hung out. I remember him DJing at the club and actually pulling me aside and saying, "Oh, yo, are you the DJ Vlad to do this reggae mix?" Because I play it all the time. And I remember at that point, that was like one of the highlights of my life. I'm like, "Oh shit, Bambaataa is playing my shit. Goddamn, Bambaataa is playing my shit." And then we all had dinner together and everything. And I'm a grown man at this point. See, I'm like 30. So
that's how you got around it. Because my next question to you is, so he didn't invite you back to the hotel?
No, not at all. Not at all. We had dinner. The promoter that had booked me and him, I believe, we all had dinner at his house, and the promoter's mother made dinner for all of us.
You see, he got like them type of sarcastic type of jokes. Like, that's not funny. Like, so that's what I'm about to ask you. Like, did he invite you back to the hotel? Oh, you got that big ass smirk. Like, you really wanted to know, damn.
There was no hotel. There was nothing else like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, that's exactly what happened. I've never. This is why, to me, this was such a shock, because my experiences with Bambaataa have always been, good. It's always been front and center.
Did y'all see how his face changed when he said there was no hotel? It was like that. I gotta be honest. Like, you disappointed that he said there was no hotel? Yo, it's just that Hassan Campbell is just the most shout out fucker here on fucking social media. I can't. I'm dead.
But then again, I'm a grown man, and I'm also straight, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's clearly I'm not his type.
See, that's the most dangerous thing about Africa Bambaataa.
Yo, he's so slow he ain't even peep. Vlad TV threw a shot at him. Clearly, I'm not his type.
Is if you could take away the fact that he's into children, he would probably be one of the best people that you ever met.
Yeah. Like I said, I've only had positive experiences with him. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I saw the writing on the wall. No, none of that. He was a cool dude. He was someone that I admired, someone that was respectful with me. But at this point, whatever his legacy is no longer that because of all this.
It's mud, and it's mud. But my whole thing is like, okay, when do the community stop waiting for the court system to handle certain things that we can handle as a people? Everything doesn't have to go through the court. You know, when it deals to him, like he.
So let me ask a question. So basically, you're trying to say you want the community to go after Africa Bambaataa, beat Africa Bambaataa, right? When you could have did it, you could have locked him up, you could have pressed charges on him, you could have took him to court, you could have beat him up, you could have shot him, you could have proved your point. But it's like you want the community to do it for you. When you're supposed to stand up and show the community, this is what this man did, and get justice. But you don't want to do that. You just want to keep talking. Yo, I wish I had the opportunity that you had, because I swear to God, this man had all the opportunities to put him away, and then had a whole support system and didn't take advantage of it. He said, I don't want him arrested. I don't want to take him to court. I just want an apology, which he did. What do you really want?
He should already be on a sex offender list. Some things we shouldn't have to wait.
How is he going to be on a sex offender list if you didn't take him to court to prove that he's a predator? That's why, see, listen, I've told a lot of people, and a lot of people might get offended by what I'm about to say. Hopefully y'all don't, because this is nothing more than something that y'all could just go on Google and look up for yourselves. Nothing more. If he would have spoke up, right? My bad. Let me take it this way. Not speaking up is why he's not on the sex offenders list. In order for him to get put into a sex offenders list, you would have to take him to court, show proof of what he did, show a judge, and make a judge believe that what you're telling them is true. How do you do that? I don't know if you could even do it now with so many of the stories that you got. Which story are you going to stick to if you ever do decide to take him to court? If you ever do decide to face him in front of a judge so that you can allegedly get justice, as you so call? See, that's the only way you can get him in the sex offenders. There's a lot of men out here that are not in the sex offenders list because they're not reported for some reason. For whatever the reason is, they're not reported.
For him to be convicted of, when you already been convicted in the public's eye, there's no turning back for him.
Well, yeah, but from what I understand, when it comes to child molestation, there is no statute of limitations for it. This is why all the Bill Cosby stuff happened and so forth. When we hear about all the Cassie story.
And that's a fact. That's a fact. And he said he got a lawyer. The lawyer should have been able to tell him this. That's what makes his story be like,
That's a civil lawsuit. That's a little bit different. But people go to prison. I mean, they changed the laws because of all the Catholic priest situations and so forth. So I guess my question is, why is there not a concerted effort between all the victims coming together and actually pressing criminal charges in this situation?
Well, from my understanding, I was told that the window of taking him to court was actually closed.
Okay. I mean, I'm not fully aware of how this works. I just thought.
Nah. They changed that. I forgot what year it was, but they recently changed that law. And you can take them back to court. You can take them to court. There's no statute of limitation to take your abuser to court.
Yeah, so that's something I would definitely have to look into, because for me, I don't in the Cassie situation, I don't want to sue him. I don't want his money. I don't even want to make it look like this is a money grab. Now,
not every lawsuit is about money. It could be about justice. Look at my son's situation. When I had to sue the school district of Philadelphia, it wasn't about fucking money. It was about justice. And at the end of the day, I didn't get 100% complete justice because at the end of the day, my son is still adjudicated. Yeah, I won the lawsuit.
If he could act,
it keeps on pausing. I won the lawsuit against the school district of Philadelphia, but at what cost? My son is still adjudicated.
Actually go in the books as a sex offender, then by all means, and then even still, like in the recent years, with Bam being stabbed, right? When he was stabbed, we went to the hospital because everybody's thinking, well, who would stab Bam? Especially at this age now. Like, what's going on here? You get to the hospital. It's like at least 1,000 people outside that hospital. Like, it's packed. And we didn't really get to see him because he was in the back of the emergency room. Ahmed was in the back. Ahmed was stabbed as well. And I believe Pepsi and Tafik was back there. Now in the front, it was like an army of us in the front. And to fast forward to when Bam came out of the hospital, now he's in the New Rochelle area. We goes over to his house to see what happened, whatever the case may be. Now it's the first time I'm in this actual house. I'm looking. I goes back to the bedroom area, and as I'm listening to Bam's story, automatically, as soon as I seen the bedroom, I knew it was foul play. He goes into the story about how the young man, Ahmed went to go get a sandwich. The young man was asleep. Then he woke up, went in the kitchen, and just started stabbing Bam. Ahmed comes in from getting a sandwich. Bam is screaming, being stabbed up. He stabbed Ahmed too. Try to make it seem like he was just on drugs. When I seen Bam's room, that boy being in his room, Bam's room was small. You had to walk sideways to go in that room in between.
So at that moment, why didn't you do what you say that a lot of people should do? Why didn't you do street justice? And if you wasn't going to do street justice, why not turn him in? Because there you would have had somebody there. That would have been your biggest main witness right there. Like, yo, he was trying to hurt this young man, and help the young man speak up. But no, let's keep listening.
Between the bed. Automatically, it's just I knew what happened. My common sense just kicked in. That boy went to sleep and I have to say allegedly, but he woke up to Bam giving him oral sex. And he went in that kitchen and got the stabbing. Now that's it.
Now I want y'all to notice how he says allegedly here on Vlad TV when he speaks on that story. But when he spoke on that story on his panel and on certain interviews, he does not say allegedly.
Same day. Now, Bam gave me a picture of this young dude. So now I'm supposed to kill this young dude that you molested. And even though he might have been 17, 18, I'm not sure of the age he was then. He was a baby to Africa Bambaataa. And, it really, really haunted me. I had that picture for a while, but for some reason, after a while, I just threw it away. I don't know why. I threw the picture away.
Right, because this happened in 2013.
I forget the date of when he got stabbed.
Yeah, based on my notes, that
he talked about it so much he forgot it was 2013. He talked about it so much on every interview. He talks about this story.
That's what happened.
Yeah. So,
okay.
This nigga went to Vlad TV and caught amnesia. Vlad TV, what you do? Hypnotize the nigga? He wanted to get hypnotized.
Well, they come to find out, hold up, that same day, Come to find out, now other people start coming to his house. You know, you got Righteous. I'm not holding back those names. You know, Righteous and some other brothers. Righteous, matter of fact, Righteous was there that day. He was outside, and he had just told me, he was like, yo, Bam just got, you know, he just got out of jail. He was locked up in Brazil for doing the same thing to a child out there. And they got him out of jail. So, you know, he's still heavy into being himself.
Right. And I think at this point,
If Bam was in jail and he would have had these accusations like from that Ron Sayer guy, whatever his name is, wouldn't have they held him in for investigation and much more? He said he was on the run. See, Hassan Campbell, you contradict yourself so much. I'm glad I stopped watching you back in 2020.
the Zulu Nation has separated itself from Africa Bambaataa, right?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay.
Absolutely not. That's why you got to ask yourself a question. When you see Ron Savage, right? And images, I'll send them some of them to you. You'll see Ron Savage still with the Zulu Nation, hanging out with them at clubs. And I'm talking about some of the founders of the Zulu Nation after he just destroyed them.
Around age 18, you got into your own situations. Right. Now, at one point, you shot somebody named Max.
Yeah, that was attempted murder I was charged with.
Okay, what was that situation about?
Well, Max. Max, it was pretty much a situation where me and my boys was walking down the block. Him and his boys was on the opposite side of the street. Max was up and coming at the time, and he was real ignorant, and he was real disrespectful, real challenging. And we got into a situation where he sat up there and he said he was going to kill me, and he ended up on the opposite side of a gun being shot. And the next day after that, with Max, I believe that was on maybe September 5th, 4th or 5th or 6th, one of them days. The very next night, I went on a run for a murder case. So I had a murder and attempted murder case back to back within 2 days.
Okay, so you shoot this guy Max during an argument. He survives. You go on the run, but then what happens with the murder?
Actually, I didn't. I was on the run. So the very next night, I'm hanging out in Boston Sea.
This nigga has made confession after confession. Can I ask y'all, like, all these confessions that he made throughout interviews, how is he still free? Like, is he working with the feds, the CIA? Like, what the? I know I'm not tripping. Has anybody noticed that?
Cool. And I gets into it with a guy that I went to Truman with, dude named Javon. And
get more students, monetize your expertise, and save time while doing it with ActiveCampaign's powerful automation for online education.
Me and Eric was hanging.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I do apologize. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purpose such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties My bad for that. I had to play that disclaimer.
And now Eric is my co-defendant. We hanging out over there, Boston Secor. We hanging out. Javon pulls up and he started talking real sideways. And in the process of him talking sideways, I was ignoring him, acting like I ain't hear him. So him and Eric started arguing. And in the process of him and Eric arguing, Javon, his words was, nigga, I'm putting niggas, I'm catching bodies. Eric said, what? He said, nigga, I'm catching bodies. I'm putting niggas in the casket. So when he said that, I just grabbed Eric, saying nothing else to talk about. We jumped over the fence, went upstairs, and we left. Now, when we went upstairs, Javon's older brother sent some dudes upstairs that knock on Eric's cousin's door over there and said, come downstairs so they could squash the beef.
Y'all was trying to set them up.
Of them squashing the beef, we get downstairs. Now we surrounded. So now when we sitting up there surrounded, they talking real crazy and greasy, yeah, because this could happen.
Yeah, it sounded like he was trying to set somebody up and that joint backfired.
And then that could happen and blah, 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 whatever. Police comes by. During those days, the police, they had the jump out boys. So when the police went by, everybody started scattering. And when everybody started scattering is when me and Eric we didn't have nowhere to go. So now we stuck there. Police drove off. So when the police drove off and the police was gone, now everybody started coming back to us, And then between that's when the situation took place. And out of respect for the deceased mother, I don't really want to get into all the details of whatever the case may be. She lost her son.
Right. You actually apologized to the mother of the person you killed.
Yeah.
Okay. At that very moment, how did it feel? I mean, number one, did you know that he was dead?
Absolutely.
Okay. How did that feel to know you just killed somebody and there's witnesses around and so forth?
I mean, my whole life went upside down, but for the most part,
But how is he still free? It's crazy how everybody around him is locked up, but he is still free. I know I'm not tripping on the question. Is this man working for the feds, the CIA, or probably higher?
At that point in time, there was so much anger. If the police didn't lock me up when they did, I would have been in jail I pretty much would have probably been a serial killer.
What?
If I didn't go to jail when I went to jail, it wouldn't have made me know. It was too much anger.
Okay. Now, you claimed at one point that after that shooting, Africa Bambaataa was the getaway driver with you?
Yeah.
Okay, some water, some soda?
Yeah.
Okay. So you called him Bambaataa and he picked you up and took you away?
Yeah. And him and Ahmed, yeah.
This nigga just snitched again on Africa Bambaataa. Like, yo. I'm telling you, he's lucky. He needs to feel blessed because this man walking around these streets, the way he snitched on all these people, on all these interviews, I'm just trying to figure it out. Why are they all arrested but him? Then allegedly now Africa Bambaataa seems to be on a run because some other kid is accusing him of, listen, I don't know if that's true, but that's something I'm about to look up whenever I get a chance. But let's keep reacting.
And see, this is why when I first came out with against Africa Bambaataa, they labeled me as a government informant. So I called Ahmed on the phone and I told him, I said, y'all got 24 hours to give me a public apology. Or if you're going to make me into a rat, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the precinct and I'm going to let them know that you was the one that was the getaway driver in that car that, that drove me and Eric up out of there. Just to set the record straight, Eric beat the case on trial. They broke it down to manslaughter, broke it down to assault in the first, and I copped out to assault in the first. I had 3 years on Rikers Island. I copped out to a 1.5 and a 4.5. So I'm not even convicted of murder. It's actually assault in the first, but it was a murder case. that they broken down so that they could convict me. Because Eric beat it on a separate. Eric, we separate. The lawyer said it.
Damn, 3 years in Rikers Island and you trying to go back already? Like, aren't you enjoying your time out? Don't you like being free? And you on here on social media acting a fool. You only going 2 places with the way you acted. Either in jail or in a coffin. But it seems like, I don't know. You work for the feds. So I'm thinking probably a coffin. And you need to stop thinking that you're untouchable, man. If the guy that was on the train didn't get you, or the ball that you was talking about before that didn't get you, trust and believe there's going to be somebody out here that is going to get you.
It would be best for us to separate our case. So Eric beat it at trial and I copped out.
Well, if Bambaataa was a getaway driver, there's no statute of limitations when it comes to murder. And, you know, when you look at, for example, the Keefe D situation, 27 years later, it's kind of the same thing. Can he technically be convicted of being a part of that murder, even today?
Why you think I kept saying to everybody, if I wanted to put Bam in jail, he would be? This is exactly why.
Y'all hear what he said? If he wanted to put Bam in jail, he would be. Man, he's a yo, Hassan Campbell, you was a fraud. Because whether you was a victim or a survivor, right? Whichever way you see yourself, you would want to see him in jail. But you keep saying you don't. Why?
Bam doesn't play with me. So when people be like, oh, he's a government informant, no, you got to understand something. I was knee deep in these streets, and Bam played a big part in my life in these streets.
Well, I guess what I don't understand is you get into the situation, you call Bambaataa to help get you out of there. Bambaataa gets stabbed, you show up at his house to support him. But if this is the dude that molested you, why would you ever be around him, period? Like I can, from my point.
Facts. Listen, even though I've overcome my situation, I cannot be around my abuser. There's no way in hell I could be around my abuser. I don't want to be around my abuser. Like, yo, I would spit in his face and hopefully hope that he has a heart attack. That's all I can say right now.
Point of view, I would never want to see a person like that ever again. And if I did, I'd probably want to do something to them when I was around.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there was a time where, and me and Eric laugh about it now, when we came home from jail, I was groomed.
You laugh about it. Now you calling it being groomed. So who groomed you? The women that molested you? Or the teenage boy that was 4 years older than you? Or was it Africa Bambaataa?
Around a bunch of child molesters that molested me. It's like, you know, when I say to my family, they talk like my Uncle Bo, for example, right? He never molested me, but he always found himself masturbating in my bedroom with me and my sister in the same room. And it was like, we done told the family, done screamed out 1,000
Seemed like your uncle was a sexual deviant.
times over. Ma, he's doing it again. And you talking about we're kids here. This is how I was groomed. It's like when you watch the comedian, I forgot which one it was. I think it was Chris Rock, and he talks about how we all got that family member on Christmas and Thanksgiving. He's in the living room and he done touched all the kids. It's really true. Damn near every black family has one.
So how long after the shooting?
The majority of families have one, not just every black family, not just every Hispanic family, not just every white family, not just every Chinese or Mexican family. Listen, man, in a lot of families, there's somebody that has either been abused, molested, it's been in domestic violence, has some type of drug abuse. Listen, I can't tell you which one it is, but different things happen in different families. Like, it's not just one specific culture, one specific race.
Do the police catch up to you?
I think I got locked up somewhere around October. It happened in September. My birthday was September 3rd. I was on a run by the September 6th. I'm already on a run.
Okay. And ultimately, you end up getting 3 years for this whole situation.
1.5, 4.5, yeah.
Okay. And you were in Rikers.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about, this is the mid-90s. What was Rikers like during that time?
Gladiator school. This is the era where the Latin Kings and the Nietas was running really, really strong. And if you wasn't Latin King and Nieta, you was getting cut. This is the early stages of the Bloods when it was only a handful of Bloods. Like, it wasn't like how it is now, where if you was black, they would say that you was blood and you would get cut. So if you was actually blood, you had to really, really live that. You had to be a gladiator for real. You know, now the Bloods are the majority, but in those days.
I heard something about that, but I can't speak on that topic because I ain't a gangster. I don't sell drugs. I ain't from the streets. So I've been a part of the streets, but not like that. I've listen.
It was bad. You know, we had in those days, it was so bad the way that you was damned if you did, or you was damned if you didn't. If you cut somebody or you got it on, then you had to deal with ERU, the turtles. Them dudes got paid to work out, and they carried wooden sticks with metal in the middle, and they would whip you out. It was real on the battlefield then.
Yeah, I've heard about the Ninja Turtles in Rikers Island. I think Tony Yayo was talking about those guys.
Oh, man. Ooh-wee.
Okay, so you get out in 97?
Yes.
You're 21 at the time.
Yes.
So you were a teenager going in, essentially.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And you come out at age 21. And I guess you accidentally mentioned the whole Bambaataa molestation thing to your mom?
At some point.
How did she react?
It was a cold silence. It was a cold silence. You know, it was a lot of things that really, really added up, but that was the camel that broke that. And one day I was in the same building that Africa Bambaataa molested me, the same apartment, but on a different floor. And there was an episode of Shamar Moore, the FBI show, where he got molested by the coach in school. So around that time as well, that episode, it was a trigger. And then when I spoke to my mother on the phone and I mentioned it, and there was a coldness in her. Like,
this cough syrup, right?
I said to myself, if I put her through that, I'm not going to remain silent.
Okay. I'm sure that's a horrible thing for a mother to deal with, to have to hear that from her son.
Right.
Okay. And then, like I said before, it was around 2016.
I can agree with that. Like, it's crazy because a lot of moms back then, when a lot of kids came forward with molestation, gave a cold shoulder. Some of them didn't even speak on the situation. I mean, a lot of kids didn't get help back then or properly guided when it came to situations like this. So if his story is true, Hassan Campbell didn't seek it and nobody helped him even look for it. Like, they didn't even guide him towards it. And he really needed it if it happened.
When all the different
Hi, baby. No, go ahead.
started coming forward, all the people came forward, everything else like that. And ultimately you were at the heart of it, but like I said, there was Bee Stinger and there was other people as well. And you claimed that I guess your mom was in the hospital for like 2 years and it was over this situation.
No, it wasn't over this situation. She was having I couldn't even really tell you.
As crazy as at one point he said it was over the situation. Huh? What? Of what? Let me see.
What was going on with her? It was just she was having complication after complication, in and out of comas.
Go ahead, drink it.
In and out, in and out. So, but before she went in the hospital, there was just a lot of tension between me and my mother, and it's like, you know, we never really got a chance to like get over it. So it put an extra burden on, you know, my shoulders, as far as, you know, with the me exposing him and then her having to go through the scrutiny of the things people would say about her.
Yeah. Well, and ultimately you end up getting married, right?
Yeah.
And you had how many kids?
So
he was hesitant saying that. Yeah, yo.
About 20.
He said about 20.
Well, you have 20 kids.
Yeah, about around there, yeah.
Do you know how many kids you have?
Yeah, about 20.
You're saying about. So what's the exact number?
No, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 15.
You got 15 kids.
Yeah.
How many different women?
5 or 6.
He said 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. What happened to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Like, he went all the way from 4 to 15. Like, this nigga, he can't even recollect how many kids he got. He said about 5 to 6. How you don't know how many baby mamas you got, Hassan? See, you've been looking for love in all the wrong places.
5 or
Don't let
6.
that go over your head.
Okay. Well, and you said that one of your sons is actually gay.
Oldest son.
Your oldest son. Your firstborn.
Yeah.
And you said, I think it was on Math Alpha show, that you think that someone abused him when he was younger.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I've interviewed, you know, gay men before that have been abused at younger ages. You know, a lot of them have said that that sort of was the gateway to them becoming gay and so forth. But then there's a debate about this. Some people get, you know, abused when they're younger. Some people just, hey, I'm gay. I like boys. It just is what it is. So why do you think that he was abused as opposed to, you know, this is just how he was born?
Well, with him, I feel like he was groomed into that. And, you know, it's crazy because me and my son, we don't speak much, but we had a recent conversation, I would say maybe a month ago. And it was me on the phone, his mom on the phone, and I brought the situation up, you know, about what he went through, and I told him, you know, in so many words that if I ever found out who the older guy was that did that to him, I'll throw it all away. And he just got silent. You know, me knowing my son, he loves his father more so now than, you know, we have more of even though it's awkward because he doesn't come around because he's a cross-dresser. He's you know, he like that. So he doesn't come around because he know I don't like it, but at the same time, it's my son. And he's not going to tell me, yo, dad, this is the address, this is who it was, because he know there's nothing on this. I'm not calling no police. I'm not trying to get a lawyer. I'm just.
He don't want to be around you because basically you're saying you don't accept the fact that he is a transgender. That he, you know, he decided to transform. Maybe during the day he's a boy and at night he's a girl because you're saying he's a cross-dresser. Or maybe during the day he's a girl and during the night he's dresses like a boy. Listen, I don't know how the situation goes, but at the end of the day, something happened that made your son go through this. And I've heard you talk about your son before, and I'm not gonna sit here and lie. It's been in between. It's kind of like you've had this type of hate and love towards your son. So in a way, maybe he doesn't feel comfortable around you because of the way you're making him feel. At the end of the day, listen, I don't know if he's getting therapy. Hopefully he's getting therapy, but you should be helping him with what happened, listening to him, trying to help him get help, knowing that in your situation, you going through what you went through, you didn't receive the proper type of help that you needed to get. With your son, you could have made probably a difference. Like, listen, I wasn't there, so at the end of the day, hey, you're the father, but I'm not going to sit here and lie. The way you make him feel could have a big, big impact on why he doesn't want to be around you.
Just going to do what I do because that, I can't help what happened to me, but him.
Blessings. Chill time. Blessings. How you doing? Chill time says this guy is a liar. I know he's a liar. Like he knows we all know he lies time after time. Hey, but I'm gonna do my reaction. Like it's everything that, like, I'm just sitting here like, wow, I can't believe he's actually, like, after he said he would never be on Vlad TV, he's actually on Vlad TV. And it's crazy. Like, I'm just trying to show, like, this man right here shouldn't be the advocate for our children. He shouldn't be somebody that's allegedly, like, I don't even think he's doing anything. Like, what has he done throughout these years? He's supposed to be doing this for you, but what is he doing? I don't see him looking for no type of programs. He's not starting no type of community centers, no rec centers, no, nothing to help these kids, especially the ones that have been molested, because he's the advocate, right, for the youth, for the kids that have gotten molested and have been through these type of traumas and much more. I don't see him really doing nothing. So that is like, listen, what is he, like, Hassan Campbell? You say you're an advocate for the youth. What do you plan? How do you plan on helping these kids that have been molested? Because, like I said, I'm not going to bash the man down. I feel as though the man needs hashtag mental health. He should be receiving therapy and not be on social media.
I was his father, and whether I was in jail or whatever I was going through with his mother, that was my responsibility to protect him. So, it's in my hands.
Well, around 2020, is that when you launched your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel was around the time when I exposed Bam. I had it, but I never really wasn't really active on it. And then the first,
he had his YouTube channel way before 2020, because I was watching him around 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. I stopped watching him in 2020. So he's been on YouTube talking about Africa Vimbada for years already. Like, it's been years.
the first, see what it was is after I did the maybe Star and Dorky Diamonds and Sonetta TV, and it was like there was so much more happening. So I would just post little things on my YouTube, and from there, I didn't even know I could be monetized for the first 2 years, I think.
Right. And you covered a lot of topics. I'm sometimes a topic from some of your own.
Yeah.
Well, my name has popped up. I mean, you've spoken about me. I don't remember you actually dissing me or anything else like that. But, so I sometimes would come across.
Shit. You say you watch his videos and you ain't hear him talk about how you shouldn't be on social media, how you get people locked up. It's kind of like what he's doing right now. Snitching. Me trying to, like, damn, is this nigga working for the feds? Because it's kind of like everybody around you seems to get arrested, but you seem to be free. Every situation, you're just out here. And then on top of it, every interview, you're snitching on somebody. I'm just trying to figure out, like, you here complaining, but do you not see you a dead man walking? And I'm not wishing it on him. Like I said, man, I feel bad for his family. I don't feel bad for him because he don't want to change. He's looking for it. And when you come out here looking for beef, you're going to get smoke. You come out here looking for smoke, you're going to get beef. There's no other way of looking at that. And that's what he's doing. He's looking for smoke and he's getting beef. He's looking for beef and he's getting all the smoke.
Cross my feet out, watch. I'm like, okay, cool, got it. You know, he's doing kind of what I do in his own type of way. And you start to build up a national following. You're like close to 500,000 subscribers now.
Yeah.
At one point last year,
that made him feel so good. He said, "You're like up to 500,000 subscribers now." He's like, "Yeah." It's like Hassan Campbell can't seem to look like, yo, when it has to do with his numbers and it has to do with the subscribers, boy.
Did a podcast with Tekashi and Whack 100.
Right.
Why did academics put the three of you together?
I think it started off with me and Tekashi first, because before I even spoke to Ak, Tekashi, he found me on YouTube and he reached out to me, and then he started telling.
You decided to do a skit, do a whole play behind the scenes with him. Y'all acted all this shit out because that's what Tekashi is known for, not just for being a rat, but for going everywhere clout chasing.
Academics, yo, this is YouTuber that's coming up, and I think he's better than you. That's what he told Ak. So, you know, Ak reached out to me, and eventually Whack 100 reached out to me. And next thing you know, I guess Whack kind of in the beginning kind of like took a liking to me because of how controversial I was, and I was going at all these New York dudes. And the same with Tekashi, you know, he had his issue with certain guys, and I was, you know, going at certain guys. So it was like there was no fear there. So I guess he liked it.
Oh,
okay. And after that interview, you and Whack 100 had a phone call, and you ended up recording the call and leaking it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've heard you mention a couple of times, you know, Vlad TV is one of the biggest platforms. I don't know why they've never had me on. This is why I never had you on, because of that phone call. You know, I've had that done to me multiple times. And
shit. Hassan Campbell ain't like that shit. He ain't like that shot. He caught on to that shot. He ain't catch none of the other shots but that one.
I think it's grimy, you know, to have a personal phone call with somebody and have the person secretly record it and then post it publicly.
And that's true though. Like if you're having a personal phone call with somebody, why sit here and put that phone call on social media? Why? Unless like, you know, you're trying to like expose somebody for something really bad. Like, but what was the issue between him and Whack 100?
And I'm just being honest with you.
You said that there's a gay sex tape and shit like that.
Yo, Vlad, one thing you better not never do is question what come out of my mouth. You worth a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
I got $5 million. You want to bet?
I know.
Hey,
I'm not gonna bet you.
No,
I'm not
Black,
gonna bet you.
Fuck it. Let's break it down to me some plunk million. I got $1 million.
Okay.
Do you want to bet?
I'm not gonna bet you.
Vlad,
but
no. Because
Okay.
you said, right, and it didn't come out of my mouth. Hassan Campbell recorded the conversation and released it.
That's where it came out.
It's
Okay.
only because of me that the damn tape still ain't came out today. And all these fake dudes, your guy, Big U, who begged me to release the tape, who begged me to attack Nipsey's goddamn estate. And I got it on the phone. I blow this shit up, but I know you fuck with him, right?
Shout out to Big U.
Right?
I'm cool with Big U.
Yeah, but don't matter. Facts is fact. To attack the Nipsey Hussle estates because for his 30%, I said, yo, bro, he was just alive. You wasn't dealing with that.
Sure. It seemed like these guys get all behind the scene and set all this shit up and get everybody all ramped up. Like, it's all a play. And it's crazy how a lot of people fall for it.
Whack, let me slide it to you. You go at it. I'm not doing it. Release the tapes. I'm not doing it. But anybody want to challenge me to these things? You notice that the first baby mama who's starring in these tapes has never one time said Whack 100 is lying. I didn't want it to come out. Hassan Campbell released it. They asked me about it. Where I come from on Paru, what you say once, you say twice. So when they ask me about it, what you want me to say? No, I didn't say it. I'm not finna do that. This is what it is.
Absolutely.
Why'd you do that?
Because Whack 100 was one of the most wickedest, foulest dudes that I've ever came across, and I knew.
Yo, we a donkey talking about his own ears. Hassan Campbell, you talking about yourself right now? Listen, I don't really know a lot about Whack 100, so I can't really speak on him. So if he's correct on Whack 100, y'all can let me know. I don't really watch Whack 100. I know of Whack 100 because of that released phone call that Hassan Campbell did. But I don't really, listen, that's all I know. I don't watch him. I don't, how can I say? Like, I don't know nothing about him, so I can't really speak on him at all. So if anybody knows if Whack 100 and Hassan Campbell are the same, hey, let a shorty know. But to me, Hassan Campbell, you're the most disrespectful, most disgusting, most obnoxious, sick fucker here on social media. I mean, there's a few others, but you're supposed to be a child advocate, remember?
He was playing me the whole time. Like, when you listen to the phone conversations and the things that he was saying, some of these people was his friends. When you sitting up there and you telling me how you set Oscar De La Hoya up, and I'm thinking to myself, like, who does this? That's not my style. I don't move like that. Who does this? So you set Oscar De La Hoya up. You sit up there. You got a sex tape on Nipsey Hussle.
Oh shit, he set Oscar De La Hoya up. I heard about the sex tape with Nipsey Hussle, which I don't know if it's true. Like, if he had it, he could have been posted it up or something somewhere where it's postable. Like, listen, man, people talk too much. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's fake. But on social media, people talk too much. But if he really did have tape, he could have just posted it out there. Like, a lot of people get behind the scenes and play all this shit out, and a lot of people fall for it, yo. Y'all really get manipulated. Like, y'all really get brainwashed.
I knew the whole time Wack was playing me. I'm a street dude. Now you ask yourself a question. I've been on the phone with a bunch of A-list celebrities. You've never seen me do that to anybody else. So now,
so basically, Vlad TV didn't have him on his podcast before because he kind of, in a way, snitched on Whack 100 with what he did.
to him and me listening to him in the foulness, right? Because nobody brags about being foul. But when you listen to those conversations that I taped with him, he was all the way foul. And I said I would never play those tapes, right? There's only one other person that I taped, and I never put that conversation out because we was going through an argument, and he's a tough guy. And I'm not even going to say his name because I wanted to make sure that he would never sit up there and say that he was just talking to me in the kind of way over the phone because I ain't scared of him. And we was going back and forth on each other. But outside of that, never released no conversation, never taped anybody. It's not my style. But for some reason, I had somebody in my ear telling me like, yo, you need to.
But you do it this one time. You pull a female move and then post that man all over social media. That's what's crazy. You're supposed to be from the streets, though. You say you gangster. There's a code. But what made you break it this time? What made you get in your feminine feelings and do this?
To record him. And it went against who I was, and I recorded it. And sure enough, now if I wouldn't have recorded him, niggas would have never seen how foul he was.
Look, me and Whack 100 just did an interview, but for 10 years we had some level of beef. You know, I didn't rock with him. We had a situation 10 years ago over the phone where, you know, we talked about an interview where he started talking crazy to me, and I'm like, yo, I'm good. So at that time, me and Whack were not in a good space. But even though we weren't, I was still like, I don't like this. I don't like the fact that someone's getting secretly recorded and the situation came out. So, like, for example, my interview that I did with him that's going to come out, I think, tomorrow, no, Sunday. We talked about that situation. I'm like, oh, okay, you accused Nipsey Hussle of being gay. He goes, well, no, I didn't publicly say it. I was recorded by Hassan Campbell, and he put that out. And that's how that whole story came around. And then ultimately he has to deal with the repercussions of it. But once again, I understand someone may be foul and they're saying some foul things that you may not like, but ultimately that's a private conversation between the two of y'all. And
fact.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of you doing that. And this is why, even though you're doing big numbers and everything else like that, I was like, I don't rock with that type of thing, because it's happened to me. Like I spoke about how Turk, me and Turk had a little bit of a disagreement.
That is, that is the most disrespectful thing you could do with somebody. Like, you're having a private conversation, a personal conversation, and then out of nowhere, this conversation that you had gets leaked out on social media. Like, wait, like, what made you do that? Regardless whether it was a bad or a good conversation.
We got on the phone. I explained my side to him. I even said, hey, I'll bring you back on. I'll even throw you some money and everything else like that. Come to find out, after that interview was done, that he had recorded that phone call and put it out. And that's why I don't rock with Turk anymore. Right. Because it's just like, once you start recording phone calls, then no one will ever feel safe talking to you again over the phone.
Facts.
You see absolutely. What I'm saying?
I absolutely agree with it. And if I was on the opposite side of the screen talking to myself, I would feel the same exact way that you feel. I do not agree with people recording people's phone conversations. Absolutely not. But that was the one time where I felt like it was just necessary, dealing with who I was dealing with. Wack is the epitome of evil. What I would say. The things that...
What makes you any different? Like, I think you're a little worse. You've confessed to molesting kids on social media, and I don't see you turning yourself in. I still see you walking out here on these streets like if what you did was cute.
The things that I've heard, how he moved, the things that he does to people, just going out of his way to destroy people's lives. Like, even to the point where that when he went to Castle Hill Projects and started taking pictures outside of Hocus 4/5's home, where he was raised at, to taunt him. Like, I've never seen a millionaire so miserable.
Like you?
Look, me and Wack are in a decent space right now. And, Wack does a lot of things for, on the internet, and he's built up a following with it. At the end of the day, you could have a disagreement with someone and you could think that person's foul. And, if you don't like that person's character, you could always separate yourself from that person. Like I said, me and him didn't talk for 10 years. For 10 years, me and him did not talk. And we were around the same people and everything else like that. But we ultimately got on the phone and we worked it out. But at no point did I ever record a phone call. Did he record a phone call? Anything else like that? Because once you cross that line, you can't come back from that line again. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you and I ever had a phone conversation, I would think he's probably taping it. Whether you're taping it or not.
But see, the crazy part about it is, you see how you feel about that? He doesn't feel that way about that. He just called me on the phone when he got into the situation with Hocus 4/5. As a matter of fact, he called me. I was just touching down in South Carolina. I had just made it to South Carolina, and he was on the phone with me.
See, that's what makes me think that they get behind the scenes and script this shit out, make plays out of it, because it's kind of like, damn, I'm not going to sit here and chill and talk on the phone with somebody or get advice from anybody that has put my business out here on social media when they shouldn't have had.
Just kicking it like everything was all good. Like, it didn't matter to him because it's all entertainment. But for me, it wasn't entertainment, because my whole thing is that as soon as I leave you, we did the interview. It was a good interview. We all was laughing and just having a good time, and the very next day you get on the Clubhouse and tell everybody on Clubhouse you was bragging about Africa Bam. He told them that that's why Africa Bambaataa fucks you. He never said that to me in my face. If he would have said that to me in my face while we was together, it would have been on and popping right there. And he knows that. I mean, Tekashi had an army with him, but I had niggas with me too, and I wouldn't have accepted that. And my whole thing is for you to sit up there and think that it's funny that I'm being molested. That's why I put that audio out, because that was a line of crossing where there's no coming back. I don't respect anybody that thinks it's funny or something funny about a man molesting a child.
Well, we've touched on this before. You now have the situation with Diddy and Cassie. Cassie filed a $30 million lawsuit where she alleged rape, abuse. She said that Puffy blew up Kid Cudi's car because they started a date. He would also ask her to find well-endowed men to have sex with her so he could watch. Bunch of crazy shit. And I've been reporting on the news for 15 years now. I've never seen anyone settle a lawsuit this quickly. It was like less than 24 hours. He was like, take that, paid her off right away. What's your thoughts on this whole situation? Because, this was the situation that seemed to have triggered you that led up to your shooting.
Well, for one, I'm in support of Cassie. I support Cassie, and my heart goes out to her, but I don't like the fact that it's being turned into a rape. It's domestic violence. Cassie was in a relationship with P. Diddy, and it's domestic violence. She was in a relationship with him where she left him about 3 times and decided to come back. Don't turn it into a rape. I'm the type of person, like, you can't tell me P. Diddy, okay, he just rapes you when in the paperwork, right? I listened very carefully. She said when she first got with P. Diddy, when he kissed her, she started crying.
You know what I think is odd? I think it's odd that you're trying to come at somebody that actually seeked help, whether it was domestic violence, molestation, rape, or any of that, when you yourself is somebody that's saying, is screaming rape, molestation, and saying that you don't want to see your abuser behind bars. You're kind of like contradicting yourself. You kind of sound real hypocritical. You sound like a hypocrite. This guy's a nutcase. The whole story was a scam for him to get money. Who can't see through this? It's elementary. Facts. It's elementary, my dear friend. Yo, like he really has the audacity.
I felt that because I'm like, okay, so now you just made a conscious decision as a teenager to be with a man that's old enough to be your father, which is disgusting. Most females are not attractive to older men like that unless you have money. And I tell guys all the time.
Not true, but hold on.
You get with a female too young, sooner or later, she gonna start looking at them boys that's her age because your old ass gonna look nasty to her. You're gonna start looking like her daddy. So when I listened to that, I realized that she made a conscious decision to be with Puff. When he kissed her, she cried. She was turned off by the old man. But it's that extravagant lifestyle that she entered into. What I don't like about the situation is it's like a thin line here. Now you have Cassie deciding that
You said it. Key word. Cassie was a teenager when she got with Puffy, right? Teenagers, when they're teens, they don't know what it is that they want, who it is that they want in life, what they looking for, what they want to be. They're still trying to figure out their life. So at the end of the day, I listen, I would say, listen, she could have walked away, but as a teenager, no, she did. She could have been impressed by a lot of things. Not just because he was old necessarily means that she was going to walk away. Nah. See, teenagers, you could really say he was grooming her. Why can't you say that she was getting groomed? Because he was a grown ass man getting with a teenager. So now Puffy can't be the groomer, but you got groomed as a teenager, right? It's okay to say that you got groomed, but this lady came out and spoke on her story, got her money, and now you're saying that she was conscious enough to say or walk away, not stay in this relationship. But as a teenager, when you're swiped off your feet, nothing else matters. So we don't know if Puffy swept her off her feet, what happened, how it started. We don't know. This could have been like a Aaliyah type of situation. Listen, we don't know. What we do know is this lady came out with her story. And there's so many stories out there and allegations towards Puff. So at the end of the day, listen, anything. Listen, I wouldn't pass Puffy doing any. Shit is crazy. I wouldn't pass it by Puffy to do whether it was abuse her domestically or was it, whether to have molested her. Listen, you wasn't there in that room. So Africa Bambaataa could have did all this to you, right? As a young boy, but Puffy couldn't have did this to this young girl as a teenager. And she's way weaker and smaller than Puffy. Y'all let me know. Hassan.
She don't want to be with Puff no more. Kid Cudi got his car blew up. Okay, yeah, that's ugly. But you ran off with the with the exercise dude. You ran off with the worker. You wasn't scared to run off with the worker. You ran off with him.
What if the worker's the one that was helping her out? What if the worker was the one making her feel safe? That's what I'm trying to like. You could have gotten abused and molested as a teenager, but not this young lady, huh? All because she decided to speak up a few years after. We don't know if the Cassie situation is true or not. We wasn't there.
Money runs out, and now you decide to come back and do a tell-all. And see, the thing about it is, now when you look at Puff's situation, you have Puff, he on a hot seat. It's rumored that he had something to do with Tupac's murder and Big's murder. It's rumored that he's behind both of them, but he's not looking too good with the Tupac situation.
So now you're feeling bad for him, right? You're feeling bad for him because he's got all this on his plate. So Cassie shouldn't have did what she did. She shouldn't have spoke up. If she did get abused, she should have kept her mouth shut. Is what you're basically trying to say, huh? Basically, that's what you're trying to say. Let's keep listening.
Who with Keefy D running around. And then you have Cassie coming out saying, oh, he heard Suge Knight was in a restaurant and they grabbed the guns and went and jumped in the car. So now you putting out there his criminal activities. And me, I'm not looking at this as if this is a rape case. I'm looking at this as if this is a situation where now you at war with your ex-wife. And how many more Cassies is going to decide to come out in this music industry or with these celebrities that decide, okay, well, this dude was a little bit gangster too. He done shot something. His entourage done popped something over here. They done did something over here. And now this is a money grab now. Because we've never seen a settlement come so fast in the history of anything. This is like, less than 24 hours.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. And, Puffy's now sued by 2 other women. And one of which talks about a situation involving Aaron Hall, and suddenly my interview with Aaron Hall pops back up, where Aaron Hall goes on this tirade and says a bunch of shit, and one of which is Puffy seen me fuck.
A lot of people came out towards Puffy, and I'm not understanding why this man is not behind bars. He should have been investigated. He should have been put behind bars, but for some reason, he's out here.
And now there's a lawsuit about a woman who claimed that she was sexually assaulted by Puffy and Aaron Hall, and the situation kind of sounds like, I don't know if it's the same, what he was talking about in that interview, but I mean, it was a crazy interview. Like, I mean, he's claimed that Jodeci seen him fuck and whoever else, and this, that, and the third. Yeah, and Puffy's saying that these are scammers, and I mean, there was a whole army of lawsuits that happened in the last couple of weeks, from Jamie Foxx to Harv Pierre to Jimmy Iovine to everybody. And I know there was a deadline for this lawsuit in New York State, but I'm sure the Cassie thing and people assuming how much she made, which is probably pretty significant, I'm sure that contributed to it as well. Now, is it a money grab? Probably.
Right?
Was she abused? Probably. Both can be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other. But at the end of the day,
all right, I've heard so many bad things about Vlad TV. I gotta give it to him though. In this interview, he kept everything neutral, yo. Like, and he threw his shots at Hassan Campbell. Hassan Campbell only felt some type of way one time because he noticed it that one time. But other than that, he's keeping it neutral. I gotta agree with him. Like, we don't know if it's true or not. We wasn't there. But at the end of the day, listen, man, if it's true, shout out to Cassie for speaking up, and hopefully a lot of other women speak up and stand up for, and speak their truth. Well, Hassan Campbell, basically right now, you're practically saying that you should have never spoke up. But how? How can that? Then in that case, you should have never spoke up, because you, compared to her, you don't want to put your abuser away. You don't even want justice. You just want an apology to what you already got. We don't even know what the hell you want. You saying he did this, he did that. We're telling you, you still could get justice and put him away. But you're saying, I don't think that's possible. Allegedly, you had a judge. You do it, blah, 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 blah. But you're mad at somebody that actually spoke up and got their justice. How many people wouldn't wish that they, speak up every day, and every day there was justice for whoever spoke up? Not a lot of people get justice, but you should be happy if she did go through what she said she went through and won that lawsuit against Diddy. You should be happy. Even though I pray for her, because, this is all eyes on Puff now. And a lot of people knows what happens. Like, a lot of people knows a lot about Puff Daddy. For you to be saying this, my thing is I wouldn't put it past Puff. All the rumors that surrounded him when his ex-wife passed away. Come on. If those rumors are true, then this man should be behind bars.
For me, situations like this bother me because if these criminal activities actually took place, why was there no police record of any of them? All of this is a civil lawsuit. Every single part of it. And a civil lawsuit is much easier to prove than a criminal lawsuit. Civil lawsuit is 51%, more likely than not. A criminal lawsuit is beyond a shadow of a doubt, 90, 95%. So did it happen? Did it not happen? We'll never really know. But I feel like, if the shit is serious, go to the police. You're a girl. No one's going to call.
That's a fact. We would never know if it did or didn't happen. Did she go to the police? We don't really even know that part. Like, you would have to look up, is there somebody that has, because there's people out here, there's bloggers out here that really go deep into the celebrity gossip. They go deep into the celebrity news, deep into whatever happens with whatever celebrity. So probably out there, if it did happen, somebody out there got the police report or already dug it up. Listen, we don't know. But at the end of the day, you should never tell somebody that, has went through something not to speak up. If you felt like she was lying, just say that. But something's not. It's just
call you a snitch or whatever else. You're a girl.
Sometimes you can't go to the police. Here it is. You got, and I'm not saying I love well, I used to love Aaron Hall until I heard his baby mother speak. But when you got a guy like Aaron Hall, this was R. Kelly before R. Kelly.
Well,
and it's true. Sometimes it's hard to go to the police and speak on certain cases. Listen, there's times where a lot of people can't make it to the cops and say what they're going through or what's happening to them. That's why there's a lot of programs out here that have these, like if you could call the pizzeria, like call the cops and order a pizza. You see where I'm coming from? That's letting them know that you're going through something. So there's different types of programs now that you can seek help from and stuff like this. But the question is, how can a certain person get to it without getting screwed over before they get to it? I'm trying to pick out the nicest word, because in reality, how can somebody, seek help before they get, if they're going through domestic violence, if they're getting molested, listen, it doesn't matter what type of abuse it is. It's not always easy to make it to the cops like that. So sometimes some people have to make it through a third party and get somebody out there to get them the help in order to get, some people got to get rescued. That part right there is true. But what I'm not understanding is, for somebody that used to be a victim and has become a survivor, how can you hear a story like this and not cut it down the middle, not be neutral, not sit here and say, damn, if it's true, then, she, this, and that. But you're saying, no, she just straight up lied. I felt some type of way. I love Cassie, but how come? Listen, you're never going to get justice because you never took the man to court. You never made a police report either. So you're talking about, he should automatically be in a African Bambaataa should be automatically in a sex offenders list. It doesn't work like that. The way you want it to be, it doesn't work like that. So it's like your way of thinking is not logical.
Gloria Velez said that she started dating Aaron Hall when she was 16.
Right.
And that was never really denied by anybody. You could just see the age of the child and do the math.
Right.
There are a couple of versions of Drew Hill's very first single, Tell Me. One version is from Aaron Hall.
I was actually in the studio when he recorded that. We just started dating.
Damn, Cisco ain't really changed. Cisco just got thicker. Look at him.
A lot.
Swear to God, I was 16.
It was a lot different. He was like, telling me what you want.
He's saying he was angry. It was a lot going on in the studio.
You could tell. That's
frustration.
That's the way it sounds.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I used to have a little crush on Cisco. Then I found out that, he liked visiting the rainbow, and my dreams got crushed.
So when you got a guy like Aaron Hall and you have a female now, so you got P. Diddy and you got Aaron Hall in a hotel room or wherever they was at, now you have to explain to your boyfriend at the time how you ended up in a hotel room with two dudes running a train on you. Sometimes that be the reason why these females don't call the police, because they can't tell their significant other that they allowed themselves to be in a situation like that. Now you have to explain this.
Yeah. Or it was a girl who wanted to have sex with Diddy and Aaron Hall because they were both superstars. And there's lots of females like that.
There could be so many reasons. It's hard to tell when you're not there.
Listen, I was a DJ. I mean, I'm DJ Vlad. Like, I have female fans.
Oh, snap. See, there you go. DJ Vlad finally answered the question that a lot of us have been asking. I was wondering, shit, I don't know nothing about the Vlad TV like that. And I was wondering why they call him DJ Vlad TV. And I'm like, oh snap, okay, now I know. Nigga said he used to be a DJ. I didn't know that part about Vlad TV. Okay. But damn, Vlad TV, why is it that everybody that go to your show either ends up getting arrested or the people around them get locked up? Like, what's up?
You know what I'm saying? I've always had them. Ever since I became a DJ, I would go on tour and, there'd be girls lined up after my performance. Not everyone who has sex with someone is assaulted. There's a lot of women who want to get with these guys. You can't deny that part. And unfortunately, when you talk,
and that's a fact. There's a lot of females out here that throw themselves out to any nigga just because they got money. Like, I call them gold diggers. Real shit. And yes, the words still exist. There's some of us that still know them old school words. Like, I call them gold diggers. That's what they are. You just want to be with a nigga because of his money, because he's loaded. That's it. Not because of what he could do, not because of what he could give, not because of what he could offer, not because of how, who he is, what he carries inside of him, but because his pockets is full.
talk about situations that are 10, 20, 30, 40, you talk about Bill Cosby, sometimes 50, 60 years old. How the hell are you going to know what really happened? Especially if it's only involving two people. You will never actually know. It's totally impossible. Unless there's a police report, there's a rape kit, there is, what I'm saying? Like when you look at the Tupac situation, okay, because I interviewed the Tupac rape accuser. And she broke down the whole situation, step by step by step by step. And she went to the police. And ultimately, there was an investigation and there was convictions. But to civilly sue someone 30 years, 20 years after the fact, I don't know. I personally don't think that laws like that should even be allowed. But that's just my thing.
It's kind of hard because sometimes in a situation, the girl may have wanted to sleep with Aaron Hall, but in the hood,
what's your excuse, Hassan?
You have this thing where you're trying to gas up, like, yo, go give him some too. Now that's the peer pressure. I don't know if that was the case or whatever the case may be, but sometimes she might only signed up to be with Aaron Hall, and Puff snuck his way through the back door. Sometimes, in the music industry, or rather in the streets, rather, being young, you smash Shorty. Now she openly allowed you to have sex with her, but then I've seen situations where dudes will walk out the room and then let another dude in the room. Shorty never co-signed that. You have a lot of that going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Tupac situation.
And you know what that's considered? That's considered rape. Because she didn't consent for it. They just took it. That's what that's considered.
That's exactly the Tupac situation. This girl was attracted to Tupac. They had sex. They met up again. And according to her, he was like, yo, these are my homies. What you do with me, you got to do with them. And then he walked out and they walked in, and ultimately she caught a charge. Anyway, Tupac caught a charge, as well as, Haitian Jack and everyone else like that. Now, some other people that were there as well. To all the young men who are watching this, leave that situation alone. If you have a girl that you like and y'all are sexually attracted to each other, leave your male friends out of that shit. Even if she seems to be okay with it, you're going to get caught up in a situation that you don't want to.
If you really like the young lady, for all y'all fellas out there, man, not all these females like being shared. Not all these females, are little Tatianas out here in these streets. Like, and it's crazy that a lot of them do get judged because of the way they dress sometimes. But at the end of the day, we're all entitled to dress however we want. That doesn't give you the right to think that somebody is a little hoe out here. Listen, some of these girls are hoes, but not all of them are. Like, don't think that you could just sit here and because you did this with this one, you can sit here and do it with the next one. Not all females are the same.
Want to be
right.
That's my take, and I'm 50, and I've been around the block. I've been with literally hundreds of women. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things, and yeah, sometimes girls are cool with everyone, but you don't know how they're going to feel the next day. And that particular night, especially if there's alcohol involved, if there's drugs involved, like, yo, like that could seriously backfire on you. And next thing you know, you're caught up in a charge that you never want to be in. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
So, like I said, it's ugly out there right now. And, you know, we'll see how.
What's crazy is the type of things that Vlad TV is saying right now, you would expect Hassan Campbell to be saying. But no, he's too busy sitting here, dragging people, bringing people down, talking about people's kids. Like, yo, the shit that he says out his mouth. Let's say this man right here is fucked up to say, but he's a dead man walking.
How it all works out. You've vocally denounced Bronx drill, and you being from the Bronx, it kind of hits close to home with you.
Right. See what it is with Bronx drill. I'm not with the diss and the dead. I've heard some drill music that I think was pretty cool, but I'm not with the disrespect of the dead. I feel like, and I've publicly used my voice for the last few years.
He's not with the disrespect, right? He's not with the drill music because it's disrespectful, but you're not drilling, you're not doing none of that. But on your videos, you do the ultimate disrespect. You disrespect people to the point where people wish death upon you. You've had somebody get on a train to go all the way to the Bronx, and if it wasn't for that shootout, the cops arrested him. This man could have probably found you, and you could have probably been, listen, man, we probably wouldn't even be seeing you on social media right now. And I'm telling you, it's going to get to the point where one day somebody is going to reach you. Hassan Campbell really thinks that he's untouchable.
So much to the point to where that we done seen the drill movement come and go just that fast. It disappeared. Everybody's in jail now. You got K Flock, you got D Thing. They all in jail.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Chicago kind of started that shit. And Jacksonville, you know, continued it. And, you know, you see people like FBG Duck right now who passed away right after he dropped the song Dead Bitches, where he basically dissed a bunch of dead people, you know, of his enemies. It's something that I didn't grow up with. You know, for me, Hit 'Em Up, I thought was like, you can't get more disrespectful than Hit 'Em Up.
That's what we all thought.
That's what we all thought. Like, okay, he starts off with, that's why I fucked your bitch.
Nah, with the music you got nowadays, shit. Like, listen, let me tell y'all something. My daughter came home the other day, right? And she was telling me about how, you know, the kids were singing a song during recess, right? And she was like, Mom, I want to sing the song to you that they were singing at recess, but I'm scared to sing it to you. I said, why, baby? She was like, listen, everybody was singing it in the recess time and the teachers wasn't paying attention. She was like, please, let me tell you one time so you can understand. I said, all right, go ahead. She's like, mister, take her on a plane, some shit, and sign my name on her titties. The Mabu and Christian Rock song that has gone viral. And I'm like, ho. I was like, baby, I don't want you singing it. She's like, I know, I didn't sing it over there, but I wanted you to know what they were singing so you could understand. I'm like, I understand. And I'm saying, I'm like, yo, I'm like, what the hell is these teachers doing? These kids are out here on recess time actually singing a whole song they shouldn't even be singing and dancing to it too. And a little nigga talking about he gonna sign his name on her titties and shit. You got these 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds singing that and don't even know what they singing. Like, boy, we need to talk to our kids. The music nowadays ain't the same as back in the days.
It's like, oh shit, he's talking about this man's wife. He's talking about fucking her. Like, goddamn. And then you find out later on that shit might actually be true. You know, but this shit here, the smoking of the dead homies, the shooting, music videos at grave sites and anything else like that is just like, I mean, the shit is so unnecessary and so stupid because it's some shit.
And that's a big fact. That's a big fact. I made a poem about that. They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, thinking what to write, something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I see on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day's light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion of nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and it's someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deep, this is me and you. And they say as time pass by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you know these scars? I seen time flash by and never feel everything. Leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror looking at myself, say, girl, you're everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So unless you walk a mile in my shoes, don't say anything. Just take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure you look both ways when you cross me, and that's on everything. And that's a fact. I made a poem on that. Like, that's all you hear nowadays in these raps is nothing more than just selling drugs, pride, fucking hoes. Listen, man, lust, greed, envy, hate. That's all you hear in a lot of the music.
Shit that is very hard to come back from. You rarely see someone who diss one of your dead homies and then y'all become cool again afterwards. That's kind of a rarity. I'm sure it does happen, but it's like it's so far over the line that it's just like I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense because at the end of the day, two people can have disagreements. Like me and Wack were at odds for 10 years. But we talked about this on camera. At no point did either one of us cross over the line. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. He took a few shots at me, and when his name came up, I said what I said, but ultimately nobody went over the top with it. No one talked about family members, no one talked about, smoking of the dead or disrespecting like to a level that you.
And that's how it should be. When you have conversations, you should be able to talk and work it out. And if you can't work it out, well, then you agree to disagree and move your own ways. Hassan Campbell has a hard time. He can't even have somebody give an opinion on him without him getting his bags, without wearing his emotions on his sleeves and slamming on somebody on a live. Like, it's not that deep. It's just a simple opinion. What you getting offended for, unless what I'm saying is real.
You can't be brought back. And ultimately, me and him worked it out, and now we're doing business together. The game interview was because he allowed it to happen. And I had to go through him, and it ended up being a great situation. The interview with him. Ended up being a strong interview. It's about to come out. You could come back from a lot of shit. Like I said, I'm 50. I've squashed beef with a lot of people. Me and NLE Chopper were going at it, you know, and then we ended up getting together and doing a dope ass interview. It ended up being his biggest interview ever. So it's like, I think a lot of times these young kids feel like, fuck this dude forever. I'm never going to work it out with him. So I'm just going to say the most outrageous shit that could possibly, you know, pop in my head. When the reality is, you're just mad.
And that's how it is. A lot of these kids act out of emotion and don't realize what they say, not realizing that they're going to end up talking back with the person that they just said what they said about. See, Hassan Campbell still acts like a little ass boy, even though he's in his 50s. He's a little boy in a grown ass man's body. That's all it is. Like, all this muscle, all this thick neck, all this right here, all that working out and this and that, it's just a show off. It's just for attention. He reminds me, looking at him, like, don't he remind you of that episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob buys them bloated muscle thingies like balloons for their arms? Then he goes around making everybody believe that he's all bulk and shit now.
They're mad. If you could temper yourself a little bit, y'all could probably work it out and go on and actually have a positive situation at the end of the day.
Not the way it started happening in New York, because you will have a diss song come out, and then after that diss song, there's a murder 2 days later. Then the next side making a diss song, and then there's a murder 3 days later. It was getting bad in New York, and it got so bad to the point to where that after a while, DJ Drewski was like, "Yo, I'm not even playing this music anymore." Yeah. And then, you know, I believe I was the voice that caused that. I could be wrong, but then even the mayor came out and said, "You know what? I'm gonna put a stop to drill music." That's when Mano came out and Fabio Foreign and all the rest of them like, nah. You know, we can't do that. Like, you know, at that point in time, it was time to put your foot down, because now it got so bad the way that the drill movement wiped itself out, and all of these pillars of hip hop remained silent. I don't care how high you are in the rap game. Under no circumstances, whether you Rakim or you Nas, where they were supposed to sit back and watch so many of these young boys die through the drill music and just say nothing. This is where I lost respect with the Godfather.
So what are you going to do about it? All these donations you get and everything that you get on your channel, right, that you've gotten from people throughout all these years, you're telling me you couldn't start some type of Big Brother program to help and guide people, knowing the stuff that you say that you allegedly know? You're telling me you couldn't get resources for them? You couldn't find a way? You're just pinpointing fingers. Everybody's to blame but Hassan Campbell.
Fathers of hip hop, the pioneers of hip hop, of everybody, because it was like, let me just mind my business. If you are the father, the uncle, the cousin of, if you're the pillars of hip hop, how do you watch these young boys slaughter each other like that?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at my interviews, and I've interviewed a lot of people, unfortunately, that passed away violently. And if you listen to my interviews, like FBG Duck, why don't you move away from Chicago? Nah, I don't want to do it. Next interview, why don't you move away from Chicago? Like, your brother just got killed. Nah, I'm good. Mo 3, you know, Young Greatness, like the list goes on and on and on. But in a lot of these interviews, I will say, okay, he said this, you said that, whatever. Can y'all work it out? I actually, you know, a lot of times I'll know both the people. I'll be like, I'll get y'all on the phone together. Now. But sometimes things do work out. But I feel like if I ever do an interview with somebody and there is some beef, questions which will come up, in that conversation was, okay, this happened. How can y'all work it out? And sometimes that does happen. But I have to at least throw it out there as someone who's a little bit older, because fanning the flames of this is not going to work. It's just going to create more chaos. But at the end of the day, everyone's an adult. People are going to act accordingly, how they want to act. And
They need to bring Bumpy Johnson back from the dead to teach these. I'm sorry, say it. May he rest in peace, so that he could teach these young fellas how to sit down and bring resolutions to the table. Because, yo, allegedly when he was alive and he was a gangster, they was able to sit at the table and bring resolutions. Besides all the shit that he did, all these enemies were able to come to a table, sit down, and have a solution to whatever problem they had, and then carry on with their business, whether they liked each other or not. Nowadays, you can't bring those solutions down. Listen, can't nobody agree to disagree or disagree to agree. Real shit. Like, it's just disagree point blank. Or they just don't like each other, or it's about who you just like. It's about who you like. It's a get along, it's a go along, get along. Like, real shit. Like, it's about a trend. It doesn't matter if you're right, and they don't even care if you're wrong.
Yeah, man, it's sad. It's sad. I mean, I interviewed Chef G. He's locked up right now. I never interviewed K Flock, but he was a big figure in the New York movement, and he's locked up over a murder. Yeah, man, it's a mess out here.
I hope you know K Flock and D Thing. I'm in contact with D Thing's mom, and with K Flock. I really wanted to get in contact with that young boy just so they could hear the voice. But it's like, you know, at a young age, and even sometimes as a grown man, you feel like you have something to prove in the hood. That's the mentality. You feel like you have something to prove. They just don't realize that.
And that's the problem. You feel like you have something to prove. What do you have to prove? You should be just worrying about paying your bills, that beautiful family that you have, taking care of them, making sure that they're okay. But you want to still be worrying about shit in the streets. If you want to worry about shit in the streets, why don't you sit here and start some type of organization or bring resources to the Bronx where you're from and try to guide these kids and get them into programs, because a lot of them will follow, a lot of them won't. That shit is crazy because it's really cut down the middle. You're going to have a lot of them that's going to follow because now they're looking at another way out, not just these streets. See, y'all fail to realize that a lot of these kids are out here. Like, y'all was young at one point, and I know y'all know that at one point y'all felt like, damn, mom is going through it. She's got to work a couple jobs. Yeah, I could just keep going. And they're trying to get jobs. They're trying to do this. They can't find no jobs, or they're trying to get money into the house and they don't know how to. And their last resource is what? The streets. I'm not going to sit here and lie. A lot of them end up with no options at the end because they want to sit here and actually help their parents. A lot of them just do it because they want to do it. They just don't give a fuck. They just want to do it. They want to be gangster. They want to be tougher than the next person. They just want to catch a body. They just want to sell drugs. They don't care. But a lot of these kids do want a way out and they don't have it.
You know, I've seen, you know, just recently, I was, like you said, I was in jail. 94, I'm in jail. There was a brother that came through from Idawal. You know, I went to school with his sister. He was a young baby. I'm looking at pictures of him now coming home after 28 years in jail, looking like an old man. And these boys don't realize that they're gonna spend the best years in the penitentiary over keeping it real, over a mentality that was sold to us that, you know.
So it's that, like, because listen, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Hassan be making some good points, but this man is such a liar. He is so fake. Like, he wants so much attention that it's listen, I don't even know what goes through his head, but I can sit here and say stuff like this. Why don't you sit here and talk about stuff like this? Why? Because you won't get as much views as you coming and disrespecting people. That's why. You care more about the money. If you really cared about the youth, you would sit here and actually take your role as what you call yourself, a child advocate, seriously, and start looking for resources and programs to bring to the neighborhoods, whether they want it or not. A lot of them are going to take it. A lot of them are not. A lot of people are going to hate. A lot of people are going to love the idea. But why don't you do something? But you sit here just talking, and then you're showing off because you're what? In front of Vlad TV? Man.
Through artists and rappers that they send their kids to college while they send our kids to the penitentiary. That's been my whole argument. Why do I get to see your kid graduate and our kids go to the penitentiary? Why? You know what you're making a conscious decision. Why name yourself stupid names like the Lobby Boys and then go to get the stupid door knocker chains and put it around your neck? The big stupid door knockers that we had to knock on each other's door back in the days. Why put that on your neck? You're selling the hood when you only coming through visiting, and you know damn well you don't want to live there ever again in life. You sell you. It's like the street Bible. The little kid running around the living room. There's a coffee table there. You know the little kid is about to hit his head on the edge of that coffee table, and you let him. This is what these rappers is doing. They're making a conscious decision.
Well, you touched on this before, the Keefe D situation. Now, my interview with Keefe 4 years ago was the catalyst for a lot of things, you know, in terms of the hip hop community. They learned about Keefe D through my interview. And now he's arrested and being charged with a murder that he talked about, not only in my interview, but other interviews and also in his book. What's your take on that?
You know what I noticed? He has a point though. A lot of these rappers are snitching on themselves throughout their music, and they wondering who's getting them locked up, who's doing this, nobody's doing nothing. Y'all snitching y'all snitching on yourselves. Y'all giving the feds, the CIA, the police, whoever is listening to this means to lock y'all up because y'all are confessing throughout y'all lyrics. Like I've never seen such shit until now, like until these past couple years.
I guess it's like what people would be. Did he really get shot? Like, what's really going on here? Is like, is there a conspiracy here? What's going on? Because it's like, how do you sign an agreement not to go to jail, then go to jail for the same homicide that they already knew you committed?
Well, it's because it's a profit.
It's like how you make all these confessions throughout all these interviews, and you're the only one free out of your whole crew.
For agreement. Proper agreement is also known as queen for a day. And what that means is that, let's just say I'm the cop and, you know, you committed a crime. I'll tell you, listen, I'll make this crime go away, but I want you to tell me about this other crime that we're really more interested in. And you could say everything that I need to know about that other crime, and everything you say can't be used against you that day. If you then turn around and choose to say the exact same thing to someone else or do an interview about that, then everything that you say at that point can be used against you. You're only protected in that one day, in that one session, that one agreement. If you choose to
Facts on top of facts. Hassan Campbell need to take notes. Like, you see him, he's carefully listening to what Vlad TV is saying. He's trying to store everything in his head. He's trying to remember everything.
repeat it, then it's all open season for the police. And I think that that's where, and Keefe is smart, man. Like Keefe knows this, but I guess he felt like the case was so old, no one's going to care. And I already said it once. I might as well just go ahead and say it again, and let me actually try to capitalize off of it. But that's it. Yes, he did do a confession, and that confession was protected by the law. But once he started to repeat it, then it was not protected.
So he made a conscious decision to do it what's that that dude from Bad Boy that turned himself in for the murder? Maybe he's kind of he couldn't live with it.
This nigga just said Bad Boy though.
Welcome to the realm of timeless.
He trying to compare this shit. What is it, Bad Boy the movie?
G-Dep, who I actually interviewed in prison. That was different, man. That was a little bit different.
Maybe not, because you got to understand something. Like, Well, Keefe D, he got a potty mouth, but at the same time, living with the fact that you killed somebody that was so loved, it can't be that. It's like he was begging to go to jail. He was begging to go to jail. And for him to feel comfortable even talking about it the way he talked about it continuously, he was begging. You know that you got that kind of deal on the table where you only get to talk about it one time, and you got a life sentence dangling over your head. You asking to go to jail for the rest of your life. That's like with me with the Bambaataa situation. I'm convicted already. So I don't have to worry about the FBI or the government coming, because that's double jeopardy. I'm already convicted of a crime. I've been sentenced. I did my time. So I can talk about something that I've actually already been through. Now, as far as me talking about I just killed somebody 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. You said you killed somebody in Africa. Bambaataa was your getaway, and the other guy for you and Eric. But Eric's locked up and you're out. Did you snitch? Like, dude, you don't make sense. Like, do you know how much you contradict yourself?
Oh, like you out of your mind. You asking for it.
No, I mean, Keefe D could have literally, had he not spoken about it, he could have been living perfectly normal right now. The thing is, Greg Kading, the detective that got the proffer agreement from him, secretly recorded him and then released some of that audio after he left the force. So I think in Keefe's eyes, he was trying to defend himself somewhat against the snitch allegations and everything else like that. But honestly, who the fuck cares? You know, I'd rather be called a snitch by a bunch of people that I'm not even, really closely associated with anymore, and have my free.
Don't Vlad right now sound like he Tekashi 6ix9ine? Maybe I'm tripping. He said I prefer to be called a snitch. Hold on, let me finish hearing what he said.
Freedom, because it's already happened. I already did what I did, as opposed to like, oh no, let me defend myself and let me explain to everyone why I did it. And let me just point out that, I'm telling the police that my nephew Orlando did it and he's already dead. So I'm not really snitching on him because he's already dead. And let me kind of bring up that distinction. Who the fuck cares? Now you're in prison, you're 61 years old and you're facing life, or whatever the equivalent is at 61 years old. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. G-Dep's situation is a little different though, because like I said, I interviewed him and I closely followed this whole situation. What had happened with G-Dep was sometime in the 90s, he had robbed a man, and I guess the guy resisted. He ended up pulling out a gun and shooting him. And he didn't know what happened with that shooting. He just assumed he got shot and he survived and so forth. And for years, that just bothered him. It was always in the back of his mind. And, once he got dropped from Bad Boy, he fell into drugs. And I remember, man, when I moved to New York in like 2002, I met G-Dep up in the project somewhere. And I remember he looked rough.
Damn, Vlad, is that man free? Are you snitching on him? Yo, there's been a lot of snitching throughout these this whole interview between Hassan Campbell and Vlad TV.
Like, yo, this is the dude from the Bad Boy videos? Like this guy? Damn. And he wasn't really doing music. He was kind of struggling. And I guess in his mind, he felt like, all these bad things that are happening in my life is because of that shooting. And I need to just come clean and get right with God or whatever, and go to the police and just admit to it. And his family, his wife begged him not to do it. Like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And one day he just decided to go do it. And he went to the police station and he said, hey, there was a shooting that happened in this year on this date in this area, and I'm the shooter. And when they looked it up, they realized the guy had died. And he didn't know that. And he was like, oh shit, I guess I'm not coming home. And the victim's family, remember the brother of the family of the guy who he killed was like, G-Dep's an idiot. Like we were over this situation. We had, this happened a long time ago. We have to deal with this.
Sure, that man had one hell of a guilty conscience, because it's rare to hear that a man would just go and turn himself in for the murder of somebody, especially after he's gotten away with it. He ain't watch Viola Davis. He ain't figure out how to get away with murder.
all over again. You know, this is not bringing closure to us. I don't know why he's doing this, but he's in prison right now because he felt bad. and it's, man, an ego's a weird.
Well, in prison now, he could watch Viola Davis, How to Get Away with Murder. Real shit. Like, what the hell? I think I've only heard maybe two. This would be probably like the third time I've heard of somebody turning themselves in because they've had a guilty conscience. Like, I don't know about any of y'all, but if y'all catch a body, will y'all turn it in? I mean, would y'all turn yourselves in? Like, especially if y'all got away with it? Shit.
Weird thing, man. It's just like, it'll make you do the dumbest shit. And that's the GDEP situation. I think it's different than the Keefe D situation.
I only got one question for GDEP. Would he do it again? Would he actually go back to that precinct and tell them what he did to do that time all over again? Because prison is no joke.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I've got locked up for a couple of days here and there, and it was horrible. Like, I don't know why anyone would go back. Like, once you do it once and you see what it's like, I don't know why anyone would ever do a crime.
Yo, he has a good point. Like, what is it? Why? Like, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to try to say it the best way. And I'm not saying it to offend anybody. So I hope I don't offend anybody. But, like, once you see how prison is, why is it that a lot of people like going back to it? Like, it's hard for them to stay in the streets. Like, it's hard for them to stay out of prison. Like, what is it about prison that y'all like that y'all keep going back? Like, y'all don't learn from your mistake. If I don't like being in a certain place, listen, I'm not going to keep making that mistake that's going to take me back to that place. I'm going to get my shit together, take a different route. But that's me. That's just my way of thinking. I can't sit here and say that, everybody's like that. Like, some people can, some people can't. But going back in and out of prison, like, what's the point? Stay home. Some people say they can't do it. It's hard this, it's hard that. No, we make a lot of shit hard. We sit here and fight a lot of obstacles, but we choose to take the wrong path the majority of the time. Like, I'm not saying it to offend anybody, but listen, man, we got choices and we got options, and we need to think hard before we pick one.
Crime on any level to go back to that situation. Unless, the only two reasons I could ever find for it is you just can't make it on your own. You just can't get your life together to the point where you could have an apartment, pay your bills, keep your, keep a job, and you just want to go somewhere.
Facts. I think the only people, that would do that is those people that can't, that probably feel like they can't. But you should be able to get on your feet no matter what, by any means necessary. Listen, man, pick up cans, recycle them. You get paid for that, John. Trust me, I've seen a lot of people. Like, I've seen somebody that's been on the streets come up off that, John. Listen, man, they really focus on that shit. Like, I've literally seen people day in, day out, going out there. And I think now they recycle bottles and shit like that, and they get paid for that. So they recycle the glass. They get paid for the glass, the plastic, and the metal. So it's just crazy. I've seen them. Like, I've seen people come out of I've seen people start from 0 and make it all the way to 100. Like, they don't have a home, they don't have clothes, they don't have shit. But they're out here hustling. Like, no matter what the situation is, once they get the money together, they go out there, they find a place, and boom. And they're not ashamed of what they did. Real shit.
Where you don't have to worry about any of that. You know what I mean? And there are people like this. Or maybe you just like men and you want to be around men all the time. Maybe you're gay and you want to be in a situation where it's fully accepted and you don't like women anyway.
Yo, I think Vlad TV is bringing it out of Hassan Campbell. Hassan Campbell is scared to come out the closet. Yo, it's all right. Eminem told you. I'm sorry, mama. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight Hassan Campbell gotta clean his closet. Yo, this nigga right here, yo. He giggling like that shit. Yo, I'm telling you, man, I'm starting to believe a lot of these bloggers, Hassan Campbell. The way you just smirked and giggled, it's like a little girl looking at her first crush.
You just want to be a bunch of, that's why I feel like a lot of these dudes are always going back over and over again. It's like, okay, come on. Like, what's going on here? Like why would you keep putting yourself in a situation where you're not around women at all?
Because some people always think that they're going to get away, and they don't realize they're not good at what they're doing, so they never get away. And they keep on telling, well, this time I'm going to get away. Some people, there's people that specialize in crimes. They do crimes for 20 years and say, all right, I ain't doing it no more.
Are you speaking by experience, Hassan Campbell? I'm sorry, I don't mean to come at you, but damn, like, yo, I can't, like,
I ain't gonna run out of luck. Then there's people that every time they touch something hot, the stove burn them, and they go to jail every single time. And it's like they get out and like, all right, I'm gonna try it this time because I seen everybody else get away. No, it wasn't meant for you. And every time they commit a crime, they end up in jail.
And if you talk about, in terms of your lifetime earnings, you'd be better off having a job at McDonald's than being in prison.
Yeah.
What?
Because you know what I'm saying?
Who's that?
All the drug kingpins that I ever interviewed, I remember I did the math once. I went through a bunch of interviews and I looked at how long, these various drug dealers were on the street making a lot of money versus how many years they got. And it was about a 5-to-1 ratio. If you were balling out for a year, you get about 5 years. If you're balling out for 5 years, you get 25 years. And if you do the math, and usually when they come out, they have nothing. They put, me and Freeway Ricky talked about this. They would give cash to certain people they trusted. That cash would get spent up. They would put property in other people's names, and
I agree with you on that part. Chill time. When I say he makes good points is when he talks about, certain situations. He does make good points, but my thing is, that's why I called him contradictive earlier, and that's why I called him a hypocrite, because he goes against everything that he talks about. But you are right. I feel the same way as you do. But I'm not going to sit here and lie that when he talks about certain topics, when it comes to certain situations, he makes good points. But he's a hypocrite. It's just crazy as shit. Like, he's a narcissist. That's what I'm going to call him, a narcissist. He's really a narcissist. I don't know if you agree with me, but hey, to me, he's a narcissist.
Once they got out, those people didn't want to sign that property back over to them. And what are you going to do about it? You bought it through drug profits. You can't say this is really my property. And once you do the math, you've probably made about minimum wage this whole time. But not only were you making the equivalent of minimum wage, but a bunch of that you're in prison. So the McDonald's worker actually wins in life more so than you do. That's how I view it.
In the long run, yes. Mm-hmm. There's nothing, one thing I tell people all the time, is like, you can't get an hour back. And a lot of dudes.
Here's my thing, right? Even though I'm not from the streets, I've been around a lot of people that are from the streets. And I've heard a lot of them say that when you're in these streets and you're, playing this game in the streets, you can't let the game play you, right? And at the end of the day, when you stacking your bread up, you're making this money, you're supposed to get out the game. A lot of people want to stay in it and they want to keep continuing. There's people out here in their 40s and 50s that are still in the game. And I'm sitting here like, are y'all serious? Like, why? What for? Now, you should have already invested whatever money you've earned in bought some houses and flipped them or started a business or something. Like, you shouldn't even be this long in the game because y'all going against, allegedly, your own code.
Brag about being in jail, but they never really tell you how they come home and their kid that was once a child is now a grown man, or they got a young daughter that they don't have a relationship with anymore because of that. You know, that those are the stories that they leave out. What happens with that child throughout all those years with you not being there?
Well, not only that, but they come out with a felony, which is essentially forever punishment. So now they have problems getting a job. Now they have problems getting an apartment because a landlord can legally turn you down if you have a felony. They can't turn you down because you're black or because you're gay or because you're Muslim or whatever else. Now that's illegal. But they could say, oh, you have a felony on your record? No, I don't want you living here. You can't do anything about it. So then you end up having to find a woman to live with. Everything's under her name. You got to deal with her rules. You get emasculated. You can't get a job because you have a felony. So you end up, okay, well, let me go back and do something illegal to make some money. And then you're right back in the prison system once again.
Right. Pretty much that part. So then I tell dudes, when you get a certain age, right? That's like me going to jail right now.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers big. Are you still using Prime? Because
47 years old, I do 10 years in jail. Who am I coming home to? Your wife ain't staying. Your wife ain't staying.
Right.
10 years right now. And I mean, you'd be lucky if that does happen. But for me to have to lay on somebody's couch at 50-something years old is like, nah. Absolutely not.
Yeah, man, listen, I interviewed Casanova 2 times. We did one interview when he was first started. People like to say that my interview was somehow involved in his, conviction. Had nothing to do with what he got convicted for. Absolutely not. I went through the paperwork.
They do say that Vlad TV, I don't know, it's kind of like iffy. They do say that, a lot of people come to your show and they get arrested.
But now he's gotten convicted for a RICO charge, and his girl's like, oh, I'm going to stay with him, and we're going to see what happens. That might be true for the first few months, might be true for the first year, but she's still a pretty girl. She's still young. At some point, she's going to be like, well, I have my own life to live. I'm not hoping this happens, but the reality is the reality.
See,
it's sad. I mean, I like Casanova.
In a case like that with Casanova 2 times, I could see her somewhat staying because when he come home, he'll still be getting show money. The same way to where, we all know that we heard Pap name and Pap been around, but Pap, Remy took Pap to a new level. It wasn't just K-Slay. When Remy came home from jail, Pap and Remy together, their story became a household thing where people wanted that papoose kind of love. And that's what they compared their relationship to. So when
and throughout time, you see it. People wanted the Will and Jada love. People want the Papoose and Remy love. People want all these celebrity love. And what happens to these celebrity loves at the end? They either end up breaking up. They wanted the Young Jeezy and the what's her name? Love. I forget her name. Damn, I forget her name. I really do. That's crazy. Like, they want the Beyonce and Jay-Z type of love, but at the end of the day, what you need to do is find your type of love. Somebody that you think you could sit here and build with, the person that's for you. And take your time. Like, don't sit here and rush into any type of relationship, because that's the problem with a lot of people. See, I used to hear a lot of the old heads say that the best thing to do is marry your best friend. I'm like, how you marry your best friend? But now that I'm older, I get it. I understand. Like, you marry that one person that that you're safe with, that, how can I say, that you're comfortable with, that person that, y'all could talk it out, that y'all could work it out with, somebody you could build with, somebody's going to motivate you, not somebody that you're just getting into it and you don't know nothing about. And that's what a lot of people do. They just get right into it. It's like a lot of these kids say, I got 5 to 6 best friends. And growing up, I used to hear the old heads say, look, listen, man, I only got one best friend. It's to the listen, man, it's to the point nowadays, and I'm like, yo, you hear a friend, and I'm like, listen, man, I have family. I don't have no friends. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you born into.
Cass come home from jail. If Shorty's smart, you know, she know Cass is still gonna have somewhat of a life in the industry, a little bit of a buzz. He gonna get a couple of shows. To as with her, as these years go by, she might not look the same anymore. Cass might not even want her anymore.
Well, Casanova got sentenced to over 15 years in the feds, which means 85%. So you're talking about what, 13 years or so? I mean, will certain people embrace him? I mean, I hope so. But he's not going to come out and doing 50K shows or anything else like that. He's going to have to, you know, a lot of his fans are going to be way older, passed away. You know, he didn't have a whole bunch of music that he's going to keep dropping. It's not a cool situation on any level. And whether he stays, you know, whether she stays or she doesn't stay, it's all bad all the way around. It's just really just all bad in a very sad situation. And you know, it's
This man just thinks everything is funny though. Like he can't take one topic serious. I know he probably looking around for his little ex right now.
there's nothing cool about it. There's nothing to celebrate. You know, hip hop likes to celebrate jail time. Like, oh, yo, you know, I did this many years. Let me rap about it. Let me put that in a song. Let me make the title of the song that. But once you actually go to jail, you're like, yo, hip hop's been lying to me. This place fucking sucks. There's nothing positive about being in a cage, being told when you can go to the bathroom, what you could eat, where you could go, you can't go. You know, I mean, like Fetty Wap has a new song called Outside. And I'm thinking like, yo, he's in prison right now with a song called Outside. Like, he's not outside. He's inside. And he even admitted, he said that once the music money started to slow up, he started going back to the drug shit. And I remember like Fetty Wap.
I just want to know, why do people think that a lot of these celebrities, lyricists, rappers, singers, artists, whatever you want to call them, right? Why do people think that they don't have a regular life? See, the only difference between us and these celebrities, artists, rappers, lyricists, I could just keep going, right? Is that they carry a bag. And when that bag goes, right, they end up just like us. But listen, they eat, they shit, they worry just like us. They gotta sleep. But listen, what they eat don't make us shit. Right? And when they work, they don't put money on our table. They don't put food on our table. We have to sit here and do that shit. So at the end of the day, listen, man, y'all sit here and complain about everything, but y'all still support these same celebrities y'all talk shit about. Each and every one of them.
WAP was the hottest thing smoking at one point. Like, I interviewed Leo Cohen. He said Fetty Wap was like the biggest thing on 300 at one point.
Well, and Young Thug was probably the biggest signing to 300.
Yeah, one of the biggest signings. Fetty Wap was the one that gave us a lot of oxygen.
Oh yeah, that first album was ridiculous. Hit after hit after hit after hit.
Insane.
It
kept selling.
It's
still selling.
It's still selling.
And this is a label that went had Young Thug and Lil Durk and whoever else. It's like, he was the hottest thing out. I remember there was videos of him throwing out like $100 bills.
I think Young Thug was the one that was trying to imitate Lil Wayne, right? He's the one that be wearing the dresses. If I'm not mistaken. Listen, man, the way this music culture is going, it's kind of like, fuck. I'm glad that I don't put this music into my kids. I don't let them watch it. I'm glad that there's rappers out here that got positive music. For those of you that be like, oh no, there's no positive music. There is positive music. It's just that us, as we the people, choose to listen to the type of music we listen to. Y'all listen, a lot of people make this music popular and then they complain about it. They complain about what the kids are doing. But we can make a difference in that. We can make a change, but we choose not to.
On the balcony, just throwing them out. He has so much money. His first album was on fire, only for that to slow down. The show money slowed down. The streaming money slowed down. Now you're doing some shit which is insane. Like Fetty Wap is gonna get into drug dealing. You're Fetty Wap. Everyone knows who you are. And you're also and once things go down, you're gonna be the biggest target for the authorities. Because no one cares about some unknown guy that they bust. But a Fetty Wap bust, man, listen, these authorities clout chase just like everyone else. And
Facts, yo. And they gotta make a quarter too. They gotta make a quarter. When you see them out there going like crazy, is because they gotta make that arrest at a certain amount of time, bro. Real shit. Well, those will be like, you don't know what you're talking, man. I'll be on them community meetings. My main page is suffering through some little strikes because listen, I don't keep my mouth shut. And before they take it down, because I need one more strike, and they say screw the channel, I'm gonna pass a lot of these videos here and a lot of them over there. So I'm gonna try to save these videos, like, because I learned from the first time. When listen, the first 2 or 3 strikes that I got from Hassan people and his people when I first started coming in, Hassan Campbell, I didn't know how to fight them strikes, and I still got them strikes. When I spoke on COVID, I still got them strikes. I was only able to fight like maybe 2 or 3 off, but I still got like 5 strikes I can't fight off. Then when I spoke against the school system, I said a couple things, like 2 or 3 videos got flagged. And then I think I did something with the school system, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn, I can't get it off. One more strike and I'm done with that channel. So, hey, I got to save it one way or another, so screw it. I'll just save the videos, bring them to this channel, bring them to the other channel, which I got the Writers for Life Brings It All, where I'm going to be posting the 1 hour long videos or longer. Like, if I can't split them in 2, that joint's going right over there. There's no 3 parts, 4 parts, none of that. Like, maybe 2 parts is the most that I'll split a video. That'll probably be like 30 minutes, 35 minutes long each one, but I'm not making it. If it has to be 3, nah. But yeah, like, it's too much. Like, it's crazy that Hassan Campbell could sit here. He thinks he can speak about everything, and can't nobody say nothing about him. Can't nobody go against him without him feeling some type of way, yo. Like, that's the craziest part. You give an opinion. That's why I said this man, you can really see the hypocrisy, and I don't understand how there's a lot of people follow him. What's crazy is with all these followers that he has, right? And all these supporters that he have, all these donations that he has gotten, he still has not, because when he first started, he said it. He's the voice for the youth. He's an advocate. He's this, he's that. But he hasn't done none of the stuff that he said he was going to allegedly do. He's fake. He's just using people and people letting him use them. And that's what's crazy. Like, you ain't no different from them so-called celebrities that'll sit here and put a certain track out and not give a fuck. Because, see, we'll let our kids listen to it, but will they let their kids listen to it? A lot of people fail to realize that a lot of these celebrities make music out here, put it out on these shelves. And the majority of the people that buy it are women and kids. And if y'all don't believe me, go do y'all research.
That's ultimately what happened.
See, I don't understand how it got that bad where he had to go back to the streets, because you got dudes that came out in the 80s that's still doing shows and still doing good for themselves. You got Africa Bambaataa still doing good for himself. So how Fetty Wap couldn't be patient? I know COVID-19 slowed down a lot of show money and stuff like that, but everything opened back up.
Man, listen, Fetty Wap has hits. Trap Queen was a huge song, and he had a bunch of songs during that time. Yeah, you're not getting booked for 50,000 anymore, but you're getting booked somewhere. It may not be close to home. It may be in Wisconsin somewhere or Montana, but fuck it. Go get your money and go create another hit song. It could happen. You've done it once. Most people don't get to even do it once. 99.99999% of artists who put out music have never had a song as big as Trap Queen. That's an anomaly.
Right.
You've done something that less than 1% of your peers have ever done.
But don't a lot of these celebrities talk about not getting paid properly? Not just the celebrities, the rappers, the artists. Didn't Puff Daddy do a lot of his artists wrong and stuff like that? Like, he had to make deals with them or something like that. Like, they making it seem like these celebrities don't get played throughout a certain time of their process of making this music and doing these tours and stuff like that. Like a lot of these groups back in the day stopped making music because of them being underpaid and getting played in the industry. Like a lot of celebrities switched from making, I mean, a lot of rappers, a lot of musicians, a lot of lyricists, my bad, switched from doing music to making movies instead. And it's crazy how you hear a lot of them saying that they regret becoming famous.
And now you're selling drugs again? Like, yo, you're bugging. Doesn't make any damn sense to me. None whatsoever, man. So what's next for you at this point?
Just breathing, living now, learning to appreciate the things that God gave me. I sit back and I reflect. I look at my children. They look at me. I've been talking to them lately, and just
not by screaming and yelling, because the way you scream and yell at them kids, boy, I'll be scared too. And you got like one or two that's autistic or something like that.
Enjoying life. I can really say that, I've been through some things mentally, but when you really sit back and you really analyze, God has blessed me, and it's time for me to start, living up to that and appreciating that now, and just living life a little bit, because a lot of people, I'm throwing tantrums and flipping out, but a lot of people don't live how I'm living right now.
Yeah, man, you have an actual following, something that very few people have actually been able to pull off. Like, if I had to start all over again, if Vlad TV had to be launched in 2023 from 0 subscribers with no history.
Yo, it's funny how he admits to the temper tantrums. Like, if he's doing the right thing out here, like if there's not a problem with almost 50-something-year-old grown-ass man, he's like a grandpa now. Like, dude, you's a dinosaur. Like, you out here behaving worse than my 7-year-old. Like, real shit. And she's only 7. My 14-year-old son behaves better than what you do. Like, this is crazy.
I don't know if I could pull it off. I launched Vlad TV in 2008 when we were one of the only games in town. I was one of the only people doing interviews and uploading regularly to YouTube. I mean, this is why, like, I'm not saying I'm the best at this or whatever else, but I've been doing it the longest, consistently, in the hip hop space. That's just the facts.
Rumors say that you're the best at getting celebrities locked up.
That's just the history of it. But you got into it way later, and you managed to get a following. 500,000 subscribers is not easy to get on YouTube, and you pulled it off. And you could actually make legal money, and people care what you have to say. You've been on big platforms like Academics, Math Hoffa.
And that's what I've been saying. He chooses not to. Like, I'm not going to sit here and count his pockets. I don't care what he makes, how much he makes. What I do know is throughout this whole time, he could have been there what he said he was going to do in the beginning. How is you going to help the youth? What are you going to do? What solutions are you going to bring to the table? What type of resources are you going to give them? What type of programs do you plan on opening? Like, whether you do it with the donation money or you do it with your money or you do it with whatever you make off of whatever you say you work or you don't work, I don't even know if you collect this aside, but you say you're going to do something. Shit, I'm working hard as hell. I tried doing the GoFundMes at first when I wanted to open my community center, but I said screw that because people take advantage of that. So what I did was I started the t-shirts, I started making caps, hoodies, and much more, and I sell them. So as soon as I get my shit together, because I had a couple obstacles in my way, I had to bury my mom 3 years ago. Then I had to bury, like when I started all this, a lot of obstacles came my way. Then I had to take care of my siblings while I was taking care of my kids and much more. So what I'm trying to say is that when there's people out here, and I have a license, like for those of y'all that don't know, let me see if I can find it right here. Where is it? As y'all can see, I got my licenses. I'm certified. I had so many obstacles, like, and I said it. This year was going to be the year, and it took me almost a whole year, and I'm getting there. My voice finally got heard, so, because I wanted to put cameras in these schools and much more. Voice finally just got heard, not so Facts. I was going to get there. Sorry if I'm taking too long. Like, and my voice just got heard. And what's crazy is I'm doing it like this because I prefer to raise the money my way, whether it takes me a year, whether it takes me 2 years, 3 years, because it's slow money, but I'm going to get there. And I got a couple buildings in mind because at first I had one slipped out my fingers because it took forever. Then everything that happened. But Hassan Campbell, like, you make it hard on people like us that are out here actually trying to start something positive for the youth, trying to actually bring resources and programs. And there are a lot of resources. There are a lot of programs. But if you go back and you listen to what I'm saying, and the youth is really interested in all my ideas, getting jobs for these kids that, start teaching them, training them from the age of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, they can get their license. Their working papers and start working. Yes, at 14. For those of y'all that don't know, your kid at 14 can get their working papers and they can start working. And you as a parent can either collect the taxes or wait for them to turn 18 for them to collect their own taxes. Y'all can do your own research on that. You don't have to go by what I'm saying. But there's so many programs out here that there's for these kids. Like, you could bring the resources into the community. Like, I'm a block captain and I go to these community meetings and I'm sitting here, I've talked to a lot of people and I'm going to sit here on the next meeting that comes up. I'm going to speak up with partnering with them because I want to become an advocate. Somebody already had talked to me about training so that I could learn how to, reach these kids more than what I already am. I already reach these kids. I touch these kids. Like, these kids listen. I listen to what they got to say. And I feel as though if we listen to them, we can understand what it is that's missing and what it is needed. See, a lot of us say we're going to speak up, but too many people speak up and they get what they want, what they think is needed. But if you listen, we can figure out what is needed in our communities and what type of resources to bring to at least try to make a difference and a change into these communities. We can. Like, for example, as a block captain, I want to be able to at least bring in recycling bins into the community. There needs to be a recycling bin in front of every house, at least 2 recycling bins, nice big ones, right? And not just that, in every corner, 4 corners of every block, we should have a dumpster where every week everybody cleans the block. Or if you don't want to, the block captain and whoever wants to get with the block captain sits here, gets all the trash out to keep the neighborhood clean. So I'm coming up with these ideas and trying to, like, and you know how I'm getting this? Because I see how shit is in London. I see how shit is, in Europe, the UK, and I see how shit is in Japan, like how they doing stuff. And it's crazy that if we do it here, we come together, we can actually make a difference, make a change. Hassan Campbell, how do you plan on making a change and a difference when it comes to these kids' lives? How do you plan on helping them? The kids that have gone through abuse, they have been through molestation, they have been raped, that don't know how to overcome their situation yet. What do you plan on doing? What type of resources do you plan on doing that with the donations that you're getting? I'm not counting your pockets. Trust me, I don't give a fuck what you make. But I am repeating what you said in the beginning. Everybody calls you a child advocate. A child advocate where? Not doing what you're doing, not behaving the way you're behaving on social media. Not making the youth think that it's okay every time you're in pain to just get drunk. It's just get drunk and just go out there and act ratchet because you do it. Because there's not going to be any consequences. You won't get arrested. You won't get killed. It's all right. Go ahead. Get drunk. Let your pain out by provoking a whole bunch of people. Like, let's make it make sense. That's not the way to go about it.
You can say Vlad TV, add that to your resume. And a lot of people, I'm sure all those people in the projects where you got shot, 95% of the people wish that they could have the type of income stream that you have. Legal, talking shit, giving your opinions, not having to go to a 9-to-5 job, not having to punch a clock. You know what I'm saying? Like, not having to work for a boss that you hate.
Facts. The man was blessed and he don't even see it. So why not help the way you say you was? What's the problem now, Hassan? because you're making way more than what you said you had when you first started. But this is coming out your mouth. I'm only repeating what you have said.
You actually are making it on your own from scratch, creating your own content. So don't throw all that shit away because you get angry and want to lash out one day. Because, like I said at the beginning of the interview, you got extremely lucky to have a shoulder shot and, you know, your arm still works and everything, right?
Yeah.
Facts, to have a shoulder shot. And like he said, you know, he got shot in the shoulder and the bullet almost hit his lungs. Because he had his lungs in his shoulders. Like, this nigga was crazy. The shooters were playing hot potato. They couldn't figure out which one was going to shoot him. Like, you blessed. You allegedly got shot and you made it out of there, because if you come to the real hood, see, I'm from North Philly, and I know there's a lot of hoods out there, Chicago, California. I know there's plenty of hoods out there. I don't know where y'all are. You know, anybody in the chat, anybody that catches the replay, I don't know where you may be from, but I know y'all got hoods from y'all, where y'all from. And if anybody was to do what Hassan Campbell did in your hood, like in my hood, y'all want to come out here and challenge people, especially people in a place where you're known for extorting, for robbing, for killing, for harming, for doing all these things. You think you're not going to get shot? You're not going to get stabbed? Nothing's going to happen to you? I don't even think you'll make it out. And then you're coming challenging people with just a knife. Like, come on. And you from the hood and you gangster? It was 4 shots. Maybe. But the cops only recovered 2. A .40 caliber, and he had like maybe a little tiny wound.
See what I'm saying? Like, you could have had an arm that's just permanently in a sling.
Facts.
Or, like I said before, you could be in a wheelchair. You could be on life support. You could be dead.
But he escaped 2 men playing hot potato with a gun.
You know what? When bullets, these are not Navy SEALs that are shooting at you, that are precision. No one aimed for your shoulder. You just happen to get hit in the shoulder.
When I see guys like Nipsey Hussle gone, and I feel like Nipsey stood for something, and I'm still here. You know, young Dolph was doing good things. I'm blessed. I could have been gone.
Yeah, you could have been Nipsey easy. You could have been done.
Nipsey did for his community. Nipsey helped. Nipsey gave. What are you doing besides just lashing out and disrespecting people on social media and trying to make it seem like the youth is supposed to act the way you're acting? This is how the youth is supposed to show their behavior. This is how the youth is supposed to get justice. If they do what I do, then they'll get what they're asking for. No, what they'll get is a casket. And now we'll have another mom that's crying. Come on, man. Hassan Campbell's a leash. Some people may not like what I say. They may feel some type of way. But he's a leash. This is America, land of the free, where you gotta pay for water, even the air you breathe. Y'all screaming Black Lives Matter, turn around and watch our kids die and cry and ask why. They gotta fly high. Now we gotta be strong enough to storm the weather. Y'all weak, y'all fold under pressure. Now y'all went and lost your treasure. Oh my, look at the oppressor, dressed as a professor, calls himself a hitman, missed his target and got banned. Now he's tomorrow's trend, all for a brand. Don't act surprised. Y'all can stand. Y'all knew the plan. Y'all know that friend with that itchy hand, ready to see you go missing? Damn, what a scam. The whole time they was listening. They was just a part of the plan. Got us on a mission, on go mode, and ready to rant. Hassan Campbell is a fraud. And listen, man, if you choose not to see it, that's on you.
Easy. These are all people that are hanging out in the same time.
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock
that you were hanging out in your old neighborhood, surrounded by people that you knew, grew up with, And with that, like Boosie always says, people get hypnotized with hatred. This is why Boosie moved out of Baton Rouge and never came back. I mean, he does shows and shit, but I'm saying he moved away, moved to Atlanta, got a big house, and said, I'm cool. I'm not going to stick around, you know, and deal with this shit. Because in your hometown, you will get the most love, but you will also get the most hate.
Facts. But when you, and they develop envy because they go home, they get out the car with their friend, with their other partner, and he listening to your music. They walk in the house, they girl listening to your music. They go downstairs, the kids doing a dance to your music. Now they are hypnotized with hatred. They are hypnotized with hatred. They didn't go downstairs. They niece ain't even spoke to them when they walk in the house. They just sang and boosted. They niece ain't didn't say, hey, uncle, or nothing. They just sang and boosted. They get back in the car and go to the store with their cousin in the car. They say, oh, that's a car like Boosie. That's a car like Boosie. Okay, they let son get in the car. Dad, I want some change like Boosie. All right, now you hypnotized with hatred. I'm tired of hearing about him. I'm tired of hearing about this guy. I know what I'm gonna do.
Facts on top of facts, yo. He is not lying.
This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Nowadays, your friends turn into enemies, and your family members are your biggest haters. Can't see you accomplished anything. What's even more crazy is that they say as time passed by, they will heal everything. I seen time flash by and it revealed everything, leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror saying, girl, yeah, everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure that when you cross me.
And that's a fact, because nowadays your friends turn into haters and your family members turn into your enemies.
And that's how it starts, man. They get hypnotized. They get hypnotized, man.
And that's the problem that I think a lot of people deal with, because to come back where you came from and you've made it, it's like, oh shit, I remember, you know, oh yeah, you know, yeah, I remember when we were in elementary school, yo, you know, you said you would do this and you actually did it. And oh, yo, no, I've been watching all your videos and, you know, we go back all these years, and, you know, that feels really good. You know, I love when people that I haven't talked to in 20 years tell me they've been following my stuff and how much they've enjoyed it. And they start talking about certain things, man. There's nothing like that feeling. But at the same time, there's those people that are around you who haven't done shit with their lives. And you're a constant reminder of how little they've done themselves. That type of anger will start to really just take over and really put you in a place where you don't care.
He knows.
And you know, I don't know who shot you. I don't know anything about the situation, but it clearly wasn't random. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I mean, like you said, you said it. See, in a situation with me, you know, I was kind of hard on the young boys in Bronx River. And particularly, you know, one named Don. I was hard because Don was a young boy that I had so much love for, but he was a younger version of Africa Bambaataa. You know, his murder is on the internet is horrific. The way he died, you know, it hurt everybody, but there were so many allegations on him and so many people that he raped boys and girls. And because of the little circle that he ran with, those females, those people in general, they were intimidated. You know, so that situation where me
So this is somebody that you had much love for, huh? Is you listening to yourself, Hassan Campbell?
speaking out against him kind of probably sparked the hatred with some of those guys in Bronx River, the ones I would say in their 30s, you know. And with me, I have to apologize to the younger generation because the younger generation wasn't around for Africa Bambaataa. And instead of me keeping the animosity with the elders, I let some of my animosity trickle down on everybody. The younger generation had nothing to do with the situation with Africa Bambaataa, and I didn't have a right to aim my anger towards them. So I would say that, you know, but for the most part, with the situation with Don, you know.
So is this an apology for the youth for the way he was acting out there at Bronx River? Because, oh, you got to go back to the first part of my live. Like, this is part 2. He was acting a fool.
I'll say this to Bronx River. Some of y'all mad at me for saying what I said, but how do you stand next to a dude? I mean, this dude was so much of a tyrant. He knocked his mother out unconscious in the middle of the projects. And we ain't talking about an 18-year-old boy. This dude was like 30 years old, maybe 28, 30 years old, knocked his mother out in the middle of the projects. Most men that I know don't have the balls to raise their hand at their mother. We get mad at our mother, we walk away. To actually pick up your fist and knock your mother out, he doesn't respect anybody. You know, so that's what you're defending. The fact that he has rape cases on his jacket that he's been locked up for. There's multiple allegations, and even with his friends in the projects, he done knocked most of them out as well.
But this is somebody you allegedly just said that you fuck allegedly is right here. You go back a little bit. You love this young man. Boy.
You know, so that's my thing right there. I'm never going to stand by and support a rapist ever. That's something that I hate with a passion.
Yeah, I feel.
So will you admit that you're a predator? Because on a couple interviews, you admitted to touching kids.
I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel the same way. You know, but luckily you made it through. You're alive. You're breathing. You're a father. You have a lot of kids. You know, now is your chance to kind of rebuild whatever relationships aren't at the best, you know, status right now. And you have a lot of years ahead of you. You know, if you just keep your head down and doing the work, man, and what you do doesn't require you to go to Bronx River Projects. You could do it in your own house where it's safe.
I said that on my first live. I said it like, what's the problem with him saying what he had to say in his car like he used to? If he couldn't do it in the house because of his kids or whatever the reason was, or wifey didn't want him to do it in there, well, he could have went to his car. At least he was safer in front of his house, parked in his garage, doing a live, than going up to Bronx River with a knife in his pocket, starting a whole bunch of drama, telling people to come down, threatening people he's going to kill their mamas, drop them down the steps, like all this shit. So if he allegedly got shot, he deserved it. And I say allegedly because that part got cut off. Nobody saw him get shot. That shit is more like a play, like a skit. I don't know what happened. But at that moment in time, he didn't give a fuck. So he just needed to get his, the attention that he needed, the views, which he did, to the point where it got him here on Vlad TV. The person that, he talked so much shit about throughout the years.
You know what I'm saying? You can talk your shit in your living room if you want. You don't have to go to where you came from and go on this tirade and start getting into it with people and everything else like that, man. This is our first time meeting. But ultimately, man, I want you to have a long and fruitful life, man. You know, we could disagree about things, but that doesn't mean that I want anything bad to happen to you. And I want this to be the last time you get shot. I want this to be the last time you ever get into a violent situation. You know, I told myself at one point, like, I plan on not getting into any more violent situations for the rest of my life. I don't know if it's going to be true, but I live my life with that philosophy. Now, that doesn't mean I'm scared. You know, if I have to go somewhere where it might be potentially problematic, I'll bring armed security with me. And I'll bring actual police security or ex-police security, guys that are legally carrying a gun, that will legally shoot you and then legally get on the stand and explain what happened. You know,
But no, not Hassan Campbell. He had to make a play. He had to make a show. He had to make it seem like he's this gangster screaming and shouting under the influence of the alcohol. And then he turns to the alcohol as an excuse.
The days of me bringing my homies around and they end up getting into it with someone and I got to deal with the repercussions, that those days are long gone, man. You know, you could do a lot of things. You know, at the end of the day, you can go anywhere on the world as long as you prepare for that situation. But certain places, there's no reason to go there. I don't go, you know, I used to take my camera and go to the projects and film. You know, I used to go to people's blocks and, you know, when they tuck in their gun right before the interview and they're looking around for drive-bys and shit like that. I'm not doing none of that shit anymore, man. You do an interview with me, you're sitting where you're sitting right now, my studio, you know what I'm saying, with cameras everywhere in Midtown Manhattan, where it's safe for everybody. Something happens in this studio, it's not going to be a mystery as to where it happens. There's like 20 or 30 cameras you have to go past on your way out. You know what I'm saying?
Like, some people set themselves up. They don't do their homework. They don't do their research, and they just go right into a lot of shit. And them type of interviews be the same way, yo.
And that's the only way I do my work. And, you know, hopefully, man, things will be calm and peaceful for the rest of your days. And I wish you only the best.
Yeah, man, you elevated, Vlad. I mean, you came a long way. You and I regardless of whether people like it or not, Vlad is the best of the best.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh boy, how his opinion changed so fast. Yo, this is crazy. Shout out to Vlad TV for putting this the full interview out there. So for those of y'all that don't know, yep. Make it smaller. Vlad TV does have the full interview. And I like how he does this interview. So shout out to him. He was real neutral. I mean, a lot of people have a real bad perspective of Vlad TV. I don't watch him. The only reason I'm watching this interview is because, you know, I was curious about what Hassan Campbell was going to say. Everybody was talking about it. I just had to see for myself. Like, this nigga really did say that two shooters were playing hot potato. They couldn't figure out who was going to shoot him and shit. Like, listen, man. I want to thank everybody that has come, that is showing shorty support. I do have the link right there pinned up if anybody want to give their, you know, perspective on the Hassan Campbell. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, like Showtime has done down at the chat below. If you catch the replay, you can leave your comments down below. I want to thank all of y'all for supporting me, for rocking out. You know, I've had a couple obstacles this past couple months, especially after this accident that I had a month ago. I am getting myself together. A lot of y'all have had patience with me. I've talked to my baby pops. He still ain't shipped the packages out, but they are going to get shipped. This time, I'm going to do it personally myself, and I will email those that had won the prizes through Discord or through text. We will start the prize giveaways again soon after January. I'm going to figure out when and how to do it. I did have fun the last time on the Task John Ogden quiz. We had a lot of fun. I'm going to see what other things we could do so that people could earn, you know, cash prize giveaways or merchandise for the Writers for Life and much more. So, you know, this is Random Topics. And while I get started on the next topic, I was trying to see if I could put a banner up, but let me see. I don't think it's gonna let me. Yep, I have to upgrade it again. So give me a second. I'm gonna put this song on real quick while I set this up real quick. Let me put this song on because it goes perfect. Hashtag mental health, everyone. All right, y'all. My bad. But yeah, shout out to Vlad TV for putting out the full interview out there, y'all. I put that song on because listen, shout out to Eminem for that song "Beautiful." It was perfect. Like hashtag mental health. I want y'all to know, listen, man. Hashtag mental health is serious. A lot of our men out here need, suffer from hashtag mental health. A lot of them have a hard time speaking up. And while I'm speaking on this topic, we are working on making some hashtag mental health for our men. We're making T-shirts. We're working on some T-shirts that have to deal with hashtag mental health for our men and stuff like that. I know it's not easy for a lot of men to speak up, especially in this era where everything gets turned into a meme or gets turned into a diss, and nobody really is listening to what the other person is saying. But we are coming up with these shirts, so they'll come out real soon. But let's really talk about it. Like, it's crazy. One thing I can say is, Hassan Campbell, you are making it even harder than what it is for the men that have actually been abused, that have been molested, or have been through some type of situation like that. You're making it harder for them to speak up for the simple fact that you're turning this into like a game. You're turning it in. You joke about it. You play around with it. You're not serious with the situation, with the topic. How a lot of people for the past couple of years have called you a child advocate, I don't know. Me, listen, man, you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I learned my first lesson, and at first, I really thought that you was, a child advocate. You was, somebody that was speaking up because you went through this. Like, oh, I was like, damn, he's a man and he's actually speaking up. It's hard for men to speak up. And then as time went by, I was like, damn, like, I've never seen somebody as fake as him, and it took somebody to really open up my eyes. Hassan Campbell was the first person on YouTube that actually disappointed me. And at first I felt mad, but then it's kind of like you can't, you can't be disappointed. Just keep doing what you're doing, keep speaking positive, keep, going taking the route that you're taking, because even though the negativity is what people goes towards first, what I am doing is actually helping out the youth. And I am trying to find ways to bring the resources that they need. Even though I'm not going to live here forever, what I'm saying is in this neighborhood, I'm only here this amount of time because, listen, I made a promise to my mom. I told her I was going to put this house under my name. I was going to fix it, have it here in case my siblings needed a place to stay later on in the future. Put that hard foot down, like, yo, listen, like, let them stay there, but they know they got to pay bills. They got to do this. They got to help out. Exactly. And if they can't do that, they got to bounce, because I'm here to help you get on your feet. I'm not here to support you. I'm not here to maintain you. I'm not here for none of that. I'm just your older sister. I'm trying to keep my word. That's the reason why I'm fighting hard as shit to put this house under my name so that I can help them out. Because whether we fight, we argue, we don't get along or nothing, those are still my siblings. So that's the only reason why I'm still here in the hood, because I'm still trying to fix, she died, she passed away without a will. So is me and 3 other siblings left because one passed away last year. So it's just crazy as shit. Like, I got left with everything. But at the end of the day, I don't mind it, because it's like, damn, you worked hard as hell to get this house for us so that we could have a roof over our heads. Even though we didn't have the best of relationship as a mother and daughter, I'm going to keep my word. Listen, man, like, a lot of y'all know my story is out there. I've talked about it. There's no shame in my game. Like, It's crazy because, like I said, I was a victim at one point. At one point, I don't see myself as a victim. Like, I'm a survivor. And now I use my story to help a whole lot of people out there. And my story has helped people out there. And it feels good to hear people say, listen, man, your situation, me hearing your story, me listening to what you said has helped me overcome certain things. And now I'm able to do this because of your words, because of everything that you said out there. Like, a lot of us come on here and we speak our truth, and it's hard because people out here like Hassan Campbell or other YouTubers that do the same thing as him make how can I say it? I don't want to say stories, make, the situations that people go through seem like a story, like something that's not real. They turn it into a joke, they turn it into a game to the point where people ain't listening no more. People are not understanding what other people are trying to say, and people just trying to speak their truth. Maybe their truth, them speaking on their, situation, how they overcame what they went through could probably help the next person. So in my opinion, I agree with a lot of people out here. Hassan Campbell shouldn't be on social media. Instead of being on social media, he should be out here seeking therapy. It's just crazy though. But a lot of us too, like jumping off the Hassan Campbell situation, like I said earlier, this is random topics. Listen, I can't sleep. I'm in a hell lot of a pain. That's what's got me up this long doing this because, listen, the pain is just crazy. And I'm just holding this joint in. I'm not going to keep chewing no ibuprofens. Screw that. And I'm not taking no Percocets. So I'm dealing with this. I'm fighting it. Like, I've cut off the camera a couple times. I'm sitting here like, Mary Jane, help me out. Because, like, I've had to wipe the sweat off my forehead. That's how crazy this shit is. But, hey, we doing it. We here. We talking about it. Let's talk about it. The link is set down below if anybody wishes to speak. But I said this the last time, right? A lot of us can make a difference. A lot of us can make a change, but we choose not to. Why? I don't know. But like I said the last time, let me see if I find the song here. I love putting the song on because, listen, in this one little part of the song that this guy put, he explains a lot. And mind you, this is an old song. And it just started going, they started putting his music back out around Thanksgiving. He had a Thanksgiving song, I think, too. So let me see if I find him real quick. But yeah, we can make a change if we start standing up. If we start speaking up to the right people. But we're not doing that. Unity doesn't exist in the communities no more. You hear community, but you might as well take the unity out of community because we're not united.
Well, listen. Middle school when they told us it was great branches of the government.
All right, I found the video. All right, so I'm about to show y'all this little video on TikTok real quick. This John has been around for the longest. Now, I want y'all to listen to the lyrics.
Back in middle school when they told us it was great branches of the government, we forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor or the governor and the president. None of them three people make no law. They just be checking.
Now, y'all heard him and what he said, right? Now, I think a year ago, I spoke on, about us voting and us speaking to the right people and how people are just worried about the president when it's way more than just the president. It's the DAs, the mayors, it's all that. But all of us keep forgetting the legislators. They're the ones that make the rules. The president, the mayor, they just give a yes. They give a no, agree or don't agree. We all forget that. We're too worried about the wrong shit. We're too worried about if this person got more money in his pocket than you. We're too worried about if this person's wearing name brands. If you could afford, better clothes than what this person can. If who's this person sleeping with? Who's this person talking to? Are they enemies? Are they friends? Y'all worrying about the celebrities. Like, like if they don't have a normal life like us, the only difference between a celebrity and you, a celebrity and us, is the bag that they carry. But we're so focused on what they're doing on their life that we forget about the stuff that's going on around us, about the resources that we need. But we keep talking about, oh, we need this. Nothing's happening. Nobody's talking. Nobody's fighting. But the people that are fighting are the ones that y'all bringing down, the ones that y'all talking shit about. Why? Because y'all prefer to see people beef. Y'all prefer to see people argue. You prefer to see people fight. Y'all prefer to see people disrespect each other. That's what y'all really, really want. Let's be honest about it. And once again, the link is right there for anybody that wants to come up and actually give their perspective.
We was outside at Obama when it was the Congress members not alone. We got focused on the lady in the yeah, they the ones that make the law. Yeah, they the ones right now with smooth step. The help was one of the job, I know they probably know. Because we ain't even know the name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. Legislators, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do. Okay? They election every 2 years. But we don't ever even go to those. The Congress say correct minimum wage, but we ain't.
And that's a fact. And when I told people, like, yo, y'all going to that presidential election every, I think, 4 years. Y'all going to the mayor election, doing all this. Y'all barely go to the mayor elections. Y'all don't go vote for the mayors. They automatically get voted in. The DAs, all of them get automatically voted in. The legislators, y'all don't vote for none of them. They automatically get put in. Those are the people that make these bills, these rights, they pass them. And guess what? Y'all don't do nothing about it because y'all in the bucket. Hold on 1 second. My baby woke up. She's not feeling good, so let me play this.
Even really know it though, you know.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta deal with my daughter.
They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all richer than the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing.
All right, I do apologize. My daughter's not feeling good. She woke up a little so she's throwing up. I had to, take care of her real quick. But that's a fact. We all forgot about the legislators. Listen, man, I uploaded a video on my channel speaking to Senator Boyle's right hand, Patrick. I forget his last name all the time, but he was telling me about the bills and all that has to be passed in order to get cameras in each and every one of our classrooms, in each and every one of these schools all over the world, nationwide, right? So apparently there's some laws and some bills that had to get passed. Now it's to the point where they got certain cameras, right? But in certain classrooms, like in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, right? But we need this in all the classrooms, especially with all the bullying that's going on, especially with all the kids committing suicide in these classrooms, whether it was done because they got bullied, whether it was done because they got molested in the school, or they went through something deeper than that. Like, we have to figure out what is going on with our kids besides what's going on in our communities. Like, for all those that think out here that the teachers cannot be molesters, the teachers cannot be abusers, the teachers cannot be bullies, there's plenty of videos out there that have surfaced because kids have pulled out their cell phones and they have proven that there's teachers out here that are abusers. There's teachers out here that are molesters. There's teachers out here that are capable of doing these crimes with these kids. And y'all are sitting here taking the side of the teachers. I feel as though that a lot of these teachers need a deeper background. I mean, really deep. If, like, in here in Philadelphia, a lot of us parents, in order to sit down with our kids in the classroom when something's going on, like back in the day, now you have to get that background check. But why aren't these teachers getting the same type of background checks that they're giving a lot of their parents? These teachers not all, shout out to them teachers out here that by any means necessary, they're out here trying to help the youth. They care about the kids' education. They want to teach. They don't care about how much they're getting paid, but they're out here helping these kids reach their goal. But not a lot of these teachers are like that. Too many cases are coming out with, the teachers with child pornography, teachers sleeping with students, abusing students, being a part of the bullying, oh my God, can't say the word now, antagonizing kids, being the part of the reason why a lot of these kids have their fights and their problems. Not just the teachers, counselors, you got principals, you got a lot of these teachers coming to school high and drunk. You've had cases of teachers getting arrested because they've sold drugs in school, gotten teachers getting arrested because they're part of sex trafficking rings and much more. But yet I don't see enough parents standing up. See, I've had a lot of people like, Ray, you got the voice, you could do this, you could stand up. And I've been doing it. In the beginning, I didn't really know how to do it, and I started off small, and I did the right thing. I started speaking amongst my community. Then I went to the community meetings. I'm a block captain now, and then from there, I'm gonna keep going. I missed this week's community meeting because I had so much going on between me going to physical therapy, my daughter's school, IEP meetings with my son because he's homeschooled, and much more. So shit just got a little crazy for me, but shit. There's not an obstacle that I cannot sit here and overcome. Like, I want a lot of y'all to know that regardless of anything, no matter what gets thrown our way, it's going to be difficult sometimes. Sometimes it's going to be hard. But sometimes, listen, what's easy doesn't, what's hard doesn't come around. I can't even say the word. I'm getting all because it's late. I'm tired. But hey, this time that I got right now, I don't want to say I'm going to go live later on and not be able to go live. But yeah, I might do random topics later on. But we all got options. We all got choices. And it's up to us on what we do and how we do it. Because what's easy may not always come by easy. Like, you might have to work hard to get to where you want to get to. What's given to you easy might end up being the hardest thing ever. And then working for it might be the way of getting something easy. See, people don't see it. It's a lot of people are blessed and they don't even see it. They don't count their blessings. A lot of people just don't give a fuck about life, like Hassan Campbell. Like certain YouTubers here that I'm not even going to mention because I'm not going to give them shine. See, here in America, we have forgotten what allegedly America stands for, right? I want y'all to watch this.
We forgot.
All right, y'all have already seen that video. Now watch this. And I want to know how many of y'all can answer this question. So I'm going to go from my reaction and I'm going to go straight to the video.
You know, I'm not even back inside the house yet, and I'm doing a shut the fuck up right now, okay? Look.
Shut the fuck up.
I just went by a post where somebody said, how can we keep a president who hates everything America stands for? Can we can we just back up a fucking second here?
Yo,
What
grandma.
is it that America stands for? Can someone help me with that? Because I seem to be.
I'm sorry, but grandma funny as hell. I don't know who grandma this is, but I love her. I love her because she spoke her mind, yo. What does America really stand for?
Missing that entirely. This is what I see America standing for, okay? You know, people who live that dream that we're a force for good, those people are delusional. They need some serious intervention, mental health help, medication. Maybe they need to smoke marijuana every day to get a grip on reality. I don't really know. But what America has stood for, we started with annihilating 100 million Native Americans to take over this land. That's what America stands for.
Yo, you got, I don't know whose grandma this is, but you gotta love her. She said maybe they need to smoke a little bit of marijuana so they can get a little taste of reality. But she's like, what America really stands for is, let's go. I gotta rewind that back, y'all.
You know, but what America has stood for, we started with annihilating 100 million Native Americans, some serious intervention, mental health help, medication. Maybe they need to smoke marijuana every day to get a grip on reality. I don't really know. But what America has stood for, we started with annihilating 100 million Native Americans to take over this land. That's what America stands for. We now know that Pearl Harbor was a setup so we could get into the war. We now know that 9/11 was an inside job so we could build an appetite for never-ending war on terror. We support Israel, a terrorist state who is literally committing genocide in Gaza. We support the proxy war on Yemen, where we are killing innocent women and children and causing disease like cholera at rapid paces. I don't understand what the fuck people think we are in this country, but people better shut the fuck up and wake the fuck up pretty soon, because we are not what everybody says we are. We are not the big flag waving. Everybody is loved. Everybody has a shot in America. No one's got a shot in America anymore, idiot. No one. The only people that have a shot in America are the people making 6 to 7 figures. I don't think that's you. I definitely know it's not fucking me. So please, shut the fuck up with the let's not keep a president who hates what America stands for. What the fuck do we stand for? We were willing to sacrifice 3,000 of our own people so we could go to war. Give me a break, people. Let's get a clue now. It's time to stop sleeping. It's time to stop walking in the fucking daisies and wake up and smell the goddamn shit that's piling up in your corner. Wake up.
Yo, grandma got me geeking.
All right, now y'all heard my old head. Shut the fuck up and wake the fuck up already. What the hell does America stand for? I got the same question. Don't y'all?
What does America really stand for? Yo, see, a lot of people may get mad, but yo, grandma was spitting gems
Is it
right
that
there.
America
Yo,
stands
no
for?
shit. Now, and she was spitting gems. A lot of people got mad because I posted this. Oh, well. Now, here's another video that I see a lot of people got in their feelings for, right? And I'm going to put it so y'all can hear the whole clip.
What you giving, that's how.
And see, I feel as though that's the issue that we have here, right? A lot of people, when they hear people speak positive, when they hear people bring something positive to the table, for some reason, they get in their bag, they get in their feelings, right? And instead of coming at the people that are out there bashing people, talking shit about people, they're not even roasting. There's not even comedy. They're literally sitting here bringing people down, bashing people down. You don't hear y'all standing up to them at all. But the people that are actually trying to make a difference between communities, the people that are spitting gems, the people that are spitting facts, y'all want to censor. Y'all want to shut. Just like in this video. Right? I posted this video. It says Jennifer Lewis speaking gems. Take away their funds before they shoot your son. Now, not on this video. They wasn't mad. But I want y'all to hear the whole video, and then I'm going to take y'all to the short.
How we live it, don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in the business. Not because they want to do it, just because they heard it pays, and who the fuck wants to be.
The last time we saw you at a big award show in this town, you made quite a statement about Colin Kaepernick. Now he has settled this lawsuit with NFL. How do you feel about things right now?
Yes, honey, let me tell you something. Law is law. You cannot tell people they cannot have freedom of speech. If you take a knee, look, our ancestors took 2 knees in the cotton fields, no knees on the bows of the ship. You know, tell us we can't take 1 knee. Now, this is what I wish had happened. This is if those football players and all those sportsmen and sportswomen, see, if you all take a knee for the next generation, they can't fire you all. See, has anybody not thought of that? That while somebody's singing the anthem, you all go down on 2 knees, make a statement. They are the gladiators of our time. If they don't save this nation, who will and who can? See, you take away their...
And that's a fact. So many people say the kids are our future, this and that. But when you actually see people make a stand, everybody turns away. They act like they're so scared. Why are y'all? Is y'all really scared to stand up for what's right? What is making y'all scared? Because there's really more of us than what there is them. And to get justice, do you think you really need to be rich? Because if we all come together for the right thing, we can actually get what we're asking and looking for. And guess what? No blood has to be shed.
They're fun before they shoot your son. See, we think we're protected and we live in this bubble. Oh, no, baby. Drugs are legal now. Everybody's high. But what's going to happen when somebody runs into a truckload of children? Then everybody will calm down. See? See? So I say to all the NFL, the NBA, with the kind of money you make, you have no reason to be afraid. If you all go down on your knees at the same time, they can't fire you all. And once again,
and that might go over a lot of people's heads, what she said right there. For a lot of people to take it offended, why do you have to take a knee? You don't have to take a knee, but y'all could come together, probably stop working. Like, you know, if everybody in America stops working, right, for all these people out here, and y'all come together, what do y'all think that's going to mess with? Their funds. They're going to give in to what you're asking for. It's more of us than what there is them. But see, y'all hear her say, take a knee like Colin Kaepernick, and y'all feel some type of way because y'all put it's going over y'all heads. What she just said went over a lot of people's heads.
and take away their fun before they shoot your son. Yeah.
The queen has spoken. I don't gotta say nothing after that because everything that she has said is nothing but facts. Think outside the box. Everybody always thinks so negative. If we all come together and do what we gotta do the right way, can't none of them do nothing. Listen to what she says. Ain't nothing but wise words coming out her mouth.
What you're giving, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's...
And that's a fact. Now, I turned this into a short not so long ago.
All take a knee for the next generation. They can't fire you all. See, has anybody not thought of that? That while somebody's singing the anthem, you all go down on 2 knees, make a statement. They are the gladiators of our time. If they don't save this nation, who will and who can? See, you take away their fun before they shoot your son. See, we think we're protected and we live in this bubble. Oh, no.
Basically, she's saying boycott if you have to. Let's read the comments. Will I be able to see the comments?
Like, damn.
Oh,
and
but the wrong
sports women.
thing.
See, if you all take a knee for the next generation, they can't fire you all. See, has anybody not thought of that? That while somebody's singing the anthem, you all go down
Okay, here we
on
go.
2 knees, make a statement.
I'll
These
put
are the
hashtag Jennifer Lewis
gladiators
and
of our
spitting
time.
gems. Somebody put hashtag protect this lady, make this viral, hashtag wake up America, hashtag we are here, hashtag stand for something or die for nothing, hashtag we make the world go around, hashtag it's a bug's life, hashtag power to the people, hashtag wake up wherever you are, hashtag truth and love will prevail, hashtag may God bless all. And that's a fact. May God protect this lady. Hashtag, no, my bad. Somebody put something so simple will make the biggest impact, and it will. She is saying some real facts. It seems somebody around. It seems nobody is around. Every fucking body is high, and that's a fact. Truth. Somebody put, we don't need to take a knee to the flag. It's not the flag's fault. It's the people running this country that we need to vote, because the ones that died for us to be free is disrespectful. It means their lives do not matter. We have to vote to change America for the people in the good. But guess what? We're voting for the wrong people. And it's not the president, the mayor that we should be worried about. We need to put these legislators that get put in office. Those are the ones we got to look into. Those are the ones we got to see who we take out, who we put in. Somebody put, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Somebody put, speak. Somebody asked for the full clip. I guess somebody deleted their comment from earlier. It looks like, because somebody said, why don't we just leave this country? And it's not popping up. So that part's not popping up. But somebody did say it. I'll probably find it. Blessings, young Riaz. Blessings, how you doing? But it's crazy how y'all would dog people down that are trying to spread a positive message. I don't know what is it with y'all, but y'all are never, ever.
Like, damn.
And sports women. See, if
Y'all are never, ever satisfied. Y'all are not happy, especially when people actually do speak up. You've got people out here standing up for things that could cost them their lives. But y'all don't care. As long as y'all get what y'all want, and even with y'all getting what y'all want, y'all are ungrateful because y'all still bash them down. Why? For what? Because this person has a heart? Because this person cares about the youth? That's why when 2023 started, I said it. I said, I'm not going to worry about no grown ass person's feelings. I'm going to focus on giving my message and speaking to the kids, speaking to the youth, which, like I said before, little by little, y'all going to start seeing me have little interviews with kids around the community and much more. And even though I'm not going to be here in this community forever, because I do plan on moving out, listen, if it was for me, I'll get a whole RV, but I still got one child to turn 18. So I'll buy me an RV and just travel, because those are my plans. Once my son hit 18, 17, 18, and he gets his own apartment, I'm hoping he moves out at 18, probably 19. But hey, it is what it is. He's real responsible. And I feel as though at 18, he will be responsible enough to pay for bills. He knows how to cook, all that good stuff, clean clothes, clean a house, all that. So I feel as though he can. I could leave him with an apartment, and I could just get in my RV and just travel city to city, state to state. Come back when I have to, see him, be in touch with him through the phone and much more. Like if it was for me, I'd do that. But for right now, I'm gonna find a more comfortable house, because I'll put this, I gotta still fix this after I put it under my name. So once I've done that, I'm gonna, find better, and I'm gonna just flip houses and, for low income people and stuff like that. So hopefully everything works out that I got planned. But it's so many things out here, and I feel as though if we come together, we can make changes, we can make differences. Like So many people got so many goals, but we're so many people worried about what this person got in their pocket, who this person is with, who this person is talking to, when you should be worrying about who you are. How can you better yourself? How can you better your future? How can you overcome whatever obstacle is in your way? How can you be a better person than what you was yesterday? And y'all worrying about all these other people. See, a lot of people sit here and they say, oh, I'm reacting. You're not reacting, you're judging. Don't judge. Everybody has an opinion. But see, a lot of people want to sit here and just bring down somebody because of an opinion. You can agree to disagree. You could disagree to agree, whichever way it goes. But the problem with us nowadays is that we're the biggest virus out here. We're fighting each other. We're hating each other. Listen, like I've said before, if war came, war dropped like flies. Let me see if I find I'm over here, right? Let me see. Writers for Life poems. Here we go. I want y'all to hear this. Who are we? I want y'all to hear this poem that I made a little while back. Who are we? We're so ignorant to the facts. There's no loyalty left in this world. Don't need no new friends. Alone, looking at the mirror, asking, where's the loyalty, the respect, the moral in life? Who are we that we think that we can judge? Look around. If war came, we dropped like flies. That's how divided we are. Bullets fly in the air like the 4th of July. Now who we hitting? The babies crying, the adults running, while the kids dying? Now we got caskets no bigger than 3 feet lying underground. Heaven's playground getting full. God getting furious. No one notices. So much hate, not enough love given. No one will realize until it's them life shatters. We divided to the point we can't tell who is who, believing in an illusion that will destroy us all. We say we honor and respect our ancestors. Yet they gotta be rolling in circles in their grave. We should be ashamed. Instead, we're ignorant to the facts. Freedom is the only treasure that can't be bought with gold. In order to love someone else, you have to learn how to love yourself. We lost so many kings and queens to social media. Now it's a few left that can raise our young, right? So many people complaining. So many solutions underneath their nose. Yet they decide to give a blind eye. Who are we to judge? Can't we just come together? Y'all say the white man racist. So why can't we put our pride to the side and stop killing each other? You forget the youth watching? Let me take a step back. I forgot we live in a world that think celebrities need to raise our kids. Forgetting that it takes a village to raise our kids. The world is divided. Our kids are going missing or molested. Yet, that can't even bring us together. Maybe I'm tripping, but the solution is us. So many are ignorant to the fact. People are woke. They just don't care. So once again, who are we?
What you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've.
And that's the truth. So many people are ignorant to the facts that they just don't care. And when you, like, it's crazy because you could actually reach a child before you could actually reach an adult. A child can sit here and understand what you're trying to say before a grown-ass adult understands what you're saying. You could be here having a full conversation with an adult and they misunderstand the whole conversation. And while this child is butting in, understood everything that you said, you don't even got to repeat yourself. It's crazy. These kids are smart as hell. We got little Albert Einsteins popping out, yo, nowadays, man. We really do, yo. But yeah, it's so much going on in our communities. And I feel as though that we're the biggest problem. We're the reason why a lot of our kids are good and bad apples. And a lot of people have gotten offended. Like, we're doing so much out here. We got a lot of us trying to be our kids' best friends when we should be a parent first and a friend second. Like, we got too many parents out here trying to be a woman before they parents, before they women or they fathers. Like, it's so much going on. Like, the world is so backwards. We got fathers and sons against each other, mothers and daughters against each other's, daughters and sons against mothers and fathers. Like, friends turning into enemies and family members turning into haters. Like, ain't nobody satisfied. We can't seem to get the women, and I'm not just talking about Hispanic or Black. I'm saying all women. We can't seem to get them to come together, not even for a little bit. Shout out to them women that, stick together, stand up, fight for what's right, and they are not scared. It seems that a lot of these women nowadays are a little scared. Or they, like Jennifer Lewis says, they too busy getting high. They don't care if their child gets in trouble or not. That's why a lot of these kids are out here in our communities, not just in the communities, but in these schools. They're being disrespectful. Now, all these teachers are assholes. Some of these teachers, I got to give it to them, like, because they'll even take the disrespect from a child and they don't even have to. Because a lot of you parents really do need to get y'all kids on check. Some of these kids are disrespectful to the ultimate. Like, they need their fists and their mouth don't even match, and they got the nerve to sit here and disrespect. But it's because of the teachings they're getting at home. It starts at home. A lot of you parents keep thinking that these schools are supposed to teach your kids, and it's not like that. You are supposed to educate your kid. You're supposed to show your kid. You're supposed to discipline your kid, but you're leaving it to the system to the point where now a lot of us parents don't even have rights over our kids, whether we like it or not, once they hit a certain age, especially when it comes to the hashtag mental health. A child could turn around and say that you harmed them, and the system will believe you just to take your child away. Get mad at me what I'm saying, but there's a lot of people out here speaking up on it. Like, it's too many people that are, listen, man, for those of you that are asleep, y'all know what y'all could do? Those of you that are asleep, y'all can stay the fucking bed, because you can't do shit if you're walking around here blindfolded. Real shit. It's the podcast. Y'all more than welcome to give y'all perspective, because I'm going to end this in a little bit. Like, there's a lot of parents out here that, listen, a lot of you moms out here need to realize that a lot of these kids need their father in their lives. Like, it does make a huge difference whether you have a daughter or you have a son. Their father being in their life and knowing what they're supposed to, and you're not stopping it, makes a big difference on the growth of this child, on how they're growing up, how they see life, and much more. How they behave, how they act out, all of that. Listen, man, I grew up with a father, and I could sit here and give my kids the same thing. No. If me and their fathers cannot co-parent, then listen, we have to find a way. But we're not going to keep arguing. We're not going to do all this shit in front of these kids. And then they sit here and think that it's okay for them to do it when they grow up and they have a family of their own. Like, hold on one second. I was supposed to share the screen. I'm about to show y'all this, yo. I be feeling like this mom sometimes. That's why I'm glad that my daughter has her father in her life. I would never, ever take her father away from her. Like, my oldest kids, their father is deceased. So, I would give anything for them to have their father in their life, for them to feel, happy. I just did this the wrong way. I don't know what the heck I just shared. Hold on one second. Share screen. Share window. All right, hold on one second. Okay, share screen. Now, all right, look, listen, man. I saw this video on TikTok. I just have to share it today with y'all. Because, listen, this mom made me laugh, yo, for real. Oh.
Swear to God. I swear to the Lord, baby Jesus in the fucking sky.
I swear.
I'm going to be a father. I am going to be a father. I am going to.
Yo, don't take it wrong, because I understand where this mom is coming from. As a mother, you busting your ass. You do this, you do that. I mean, you co-parent with the father, right? But it's crazy how you do all this, you multitask, you do everything. And the father just does the simplest thing, but he gets praised more than you. I be feeling like her because my daughter praises her dad so much to the point where I gotta admit, I'm like, damn, what am I doing so wrong? It sounds like too. So her daughter had her in her bag.
To reap the benefits of being a dad. You know what my daughter told her father today? She looked him dead in the fucking eye. She peered into his goddamn soul and said, Daddy, I can't the world without you. That is the fucking nicest thing that has ever come out of that tiny little asshole's mouth, and it wasn't directed at me. You want to know?
Yo, she was in her bag to the point where she said that little tiny asshole's mouth. Like, yo, you could tell she felt some type of way. She was in her bag.
Today, we were at swim class and she was doing her show out. The show out is a little trick they do in the pool and the parents have to stand and clap and do this, even though it isn't even that fucking cool. Yeah, I was up there trying to be supportive, and she looked at me and said, Go sit down, Mom, you're embarrassing me. First of all, I can have a choice. It's mandatory to stand right there. And second of all, I'm just trying to support you, you little fucking asshole. Uh-huh. This man could heat up a peanut butter jelly sandwich, and he gets parent of the year. I cater to her, and I'm embarrassing. I'm embarrassing. I'm embarrassing. It is now my life mission to embarrass her, okay? Needless to say, my feelings are very fucking hurt.
I can't. She said, in another lifetime, I'm going to be a fucking father. I'm going to reap the benefits of being a father. Yo, I swear to God, I am geeking right now because when my daughter praises her father, and I'm like, yo, you do know I'm the one that busted her ass all day. Yeah, your dad works. He brings the money in. He helps out a lot. But, I'm the one that's doing all this. I'm multitasking. He does it too. But goddamn, he just made you a soup. I sat here and bust my ass on the stove making some rice, some fried chicken, some beans. I'm sitting here like, you're telling me his meal was better than mine? Well, my son tells me, Mom, yo, that was great. I can't wait for seconds. So I understand. Like, the father could do the smallest thing, and in his daughter's eyes, he is the God, the king of the world. And us mamas, we got left feeling like her. So, listen, for y'all moms out here that stay fighting and beefing with the baby daddy, listen, man, just let the man do his job. He's got one job to do, to care for his child, whether it's a daughter or a son, to help you out with them, be there, discipline with, like, co-parent. But a lot of y'all can't seem to do that, and that's the biggest issue that we have here in America. I wish I had more people up on the panel. Like, when I do have more people up on the panel, we could, talk about it. Let's talk. We're not here to judge. We're not here to bring nobody down. We're here to bring solutions to the table. Like, is it really that hard for us females to co-parent with the kid's father? Let's be honest about it. And on that note, I'm a speak a little more. Should I go a little longer? No, I've been 5 hours into this, John, and I've only had a couple people in and out. So when I do get more people in here, I get more interaction. I'll probably do longer lives and much more. Like I said, I got the games coming up, which will make these lives actually long. And I'm to the road to 500 real soon. So like I told y'all, once we do get monetized, them cash prize games, giveaways, and all that merchandise giveaway will start. So make sure y'all subbed up because like I said, I'm about to get rid of my main page. A lot of those videos are going to be coming over here. I would love to hear what y'all got to say when it comes to the school system, the bullying. How can we make more changes? How can we make a difference? I would love to hear y'all opinions. I would love to hear the solutions that y'all can bring to the table and much more. I would love to come together with more people that, talk about the things that are going on around us. How can we help our kids? Because to be honest with you, we're not helping our kids. For those of you parents out here that, by the way, shout out to Nate the Great Podcast. If you do make it this far, when you do catch the replay, listen, man, shout out because today you made a whole live. Well, earlier yesterday, actually, because it's 4:44 already. You made a live, and you were speaking about how a lot of these parents are embarrassing their kids, and it's true. We listen, man. A lot of you mothers out here is really, y'all really think that it's cute to sit here and rock your daughter's clothes or come out here and start behaving like your daughter, start acting ratchet, start behaving like you're 10, 5 years old in competition with your daughter. That's your daughter. That's not your enemy. All right. Y'all need to stop being best friends with them. Stop. Listen, man, a lot of you women has gotten as far as sitting here and stealing your daughter's man, like actually sleeping with your daughter's man or husband, like getting pregnant by the person that your child is with, vice versa. Now, I don't hear a lot of stories about the men, doing it, but I do hear a lot of stories of the moms doing it. And like the men, for y'all men out here, it's not cool to steal your son's daughter either. So like I hear a lot of stories on that shit. That shit not cute. Like I don't know what's up with a lot of y'all, but it's so much shit going on. Like it's a lot of people out here on social media. That's another thing that y'all gotta watch too. Like you got a lot of people on here. You don't know who be on y'all chats, who is writing on your chats, unless y'all sit here and actually find out their real names if they're not using their real names. And you do a deep background check on them and find out who they are, what they're doing. I've seen how a lot of people have turned out to be predators here on YouTube. I've seen a few people on here that are men that think that, being in their 20s is okay to be in a relationship with somebody that's 14 or 15 or 16, actually getting them pregnant. Let me tell y'all something. At the age of 14, 15, and 16, a young lady is still trying to figure out what she wants to be in life, how she's going to be coming, when she's going to be coming. Listen, she's trying to figure out her thoughts, who she is, what she is, where she's going. Like the smallest thing could impress a teenager. Not all of them, but some of them. So stop thinking that a teenager has the capacity to think like a grown up. A teenager can go out there and work like a grown up, make money like a grown up. But the question is, does this person know how to deal with responsibilities? Can they pay the bills on time? They're not going to sit here and think about, buying just food every day and forget that they got bills, they got rent, or they got mortgage, or they got taxes. There's a lot that comes to, there's a lot of responsibilities that come to being an adult. And can this teenager manage it without the help of the parent? And just because this teenager has a job and carries themselves and doesn't act like a child, doesn't mean that they're fully grown. See, that's the thing. That's the problem. Like, see, now that I'm older, I see a whole lot of things different. So I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like, listen, man, I was somebody that was young, that got with somebody that's older, and I'm using my experience to tell them, listen, man, at that age, we don't really know what we want. We really don't. And it's crazy that a lot of people stay in that mind phrase where, they think that this is what they want, but in reality, they don't. They end up changing their minds. See, I'm somebody that I don't believe in cheating, never did. I'm somebody that got a lot of morals, always had. So, and then my past made me grow up so fast that it's kind of like, my mentality is different. So, I am attracted to men that are a little older than me, men that, got their head in the right place. So, at the age of 16, I'm 15, going on 16, I got attracted to somebody that was 6 years older than me. And a year later after that, that I met this person, my bad. A year after I met this person, we got intimate much more, blah, blah, blah. We had kids. First kid got pregnant at 16, had my first child at 17. Then again, I got pregnant at 20, had my second child at 21. So I was really unexperienced when I had my first kid. And I didn't know what I wanted in life and what I wanted to do. I wanted to become an SVU detective. At the same time, I wanted to become a chef. I had so many dreams, and I was having issues in school. I was going through that at my house. So it's kind of like my baby pops was kind of like my salvation at the moment. Me not realizing. And then I did like him a lot. But then I was 16. I had just turned 16. It's kind of like, damn. Like I could have been easily impressed by anybody. And now that I'm older, I'm like, damn, I see it. Like it took a lot of people to take me under their wing for me to understand everything that I did wrong. And all because I was lashing out and I wanted to get away from where I was at. So it's kind of like, whoa, you wasn't right all the way either, but you was 16. You didn't even know what the fuck you wanted in life. And that's the situation with a lot of these kids out here. And then we got babies having babies, making grown-up decisions that they're not even ready for. Some of these kids are capable of getting an apartment at 17 and handling a job and not needing the support of their parents. But a lot of these teenagers still need the support of their parents. And for y'all grown as men out here or y'all grown as women out here that think that it is okay to get in a relationship with a 15 or 16-year-old that is still trying to figure out what life is and who they are, that shit is not right. So for y'all to come here on social media and say shit like that, it makes y'all seem like groomers. Nothing more, nothing less. Get offended, feel some type of way. Hey, that's on you. But I'm noticing a lot of that here on social media, a lot of that here on YouTube. I don't know why they feel so comfortable with it, but a lot of people have shown that people can get touched. And it's crazy that I'm saying it right here, right now. If you're a predator and you come into my chat and I find out you're a predator and I get proof that you're a predator, I'm exposing you. I will not sit here and try to expose somebody by some he say, she say, unless I have some proof. But if I get proof that you're a predator and you pop up on my chat, I'm exposing you because you don't need to be here, especially on the type of things that I'm trying to do, which is help the youth. And by the way, a lot of my videos are going to have a link attached for moveon.org, guys. For those of you that do wish to sign a petition, y'all more than welcome to help a shorty out. Like, listen, if y'all can't hit that like button, y'all can hit the dislike button too if you don't agree with what I'm saying, if you don't like what I'm about. And for those of you, listen, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. You don't have to be here. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to listen to me. There's plenty of people out there that like, to have trolls on their panel because they like, doing skits and plays and all that bullshit. We're not here for that. We're here to speak about real life topics. And even though I do reactions, I have been out here. I have, I put my footwork out here in the community. And y'all will start seeing a lot of that more as soon as, all the cold goes a little bit over and all these holidays pass. Y'all will start seeing a lot of me doing that out here. So I do want to get more of these kids' voices out there. And that's what I'm going to do. So, listen, man, I've been 5 hours into this. I want to thank everybody that has stopped by, everybody that has shown support. I'm about to get off this, John, and I'm going to leave y'all with this song. And listen, man, for those of you following Hassan Campbell, you know what? No, I'm not even going to end it. I'm just ending the live, y'all. Till next time, this is shorty Racheal. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. I hope all of y'all continue to have a blessed and humble morning. And hey, listen, man, watch your circle. Not everybody around you is for you. Not everybody that rides in your car is for you. Not everybody that says I love you is for you. Watch the people on the other side of the screen and watch y'all babies.